Today feels like a great day for democracy. I don't know about you guys, but feeling like the world needs a little bit of liberty. Feeling like the world needs a little bit of liberty. Good afternoon, gamers. Balone. Thank you for the tier 1 sub. The Nerdoc starting it off strong with $4.99 says Dr. Disc and Timmy the Tatman are playing Helldivers 2 and struggling. They're trying to figure out everything, trying to figure it out on their own. Well, they don't know yet to hit up a true gamer. A real diver. A diver MacGyver, you could call me. For divinity. Yes. Yes. Excellent, excellent. Good afternoon, Niv. Solid Arrow. Duke, Ted, Kevin, Python, LJ. What if I just spent the entire stream just saying people's names? Good choice in music. The Divinity Original Sin 2 soundtrack is by far one of the best soundtracks. I can play this and then also Baldur's Gate 3 soundtrack over and over again. And over and over again. Borislav is an absolute G. Absolute G when it comes to musical soundtracks. Did you guys see some guy, I guess for like the Oppenheimer movie, like won some award for his music score, and he gets up on stage and he said something like, you know, thanks to my parents for giving me guitars and drums instead of video games. You tone deaf. What the fuck? Like, do you know what? Actually, I'll be honest with you. Like, I'm a big film guy. I worked at a movie store when I was a kid. I watched a lot of movies, a lot of the classics, and I'll be honest with you. I think that video game music has them beat. I think that video game music overall beats out movie music. Not to say that there hasn't been some great, scores from movies, but I mean, just the amount of music that's put into some of these games and the quality of the music that's in some of these games is just like, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? You know what I mean? Like, come on, let's dissect this a little bit. I'll give you guys a really good example. I've been playing Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. I'm about probably 70% way through the game or something like that. Bro, there are so many unique soundtracks for almost every single character, even side missions. There is a song in the game for a dog that you have to follow. It's just a side mission. It's not even like a main mission or anything like that. It's just a little side mission. They're like, hey, go follow this dog, and they have a song just for the dog. It's the craziest thing. So like I think it's really weird for composers in movies to try to throw shame or throw shade at the video game industry. It's so tone deaf. Like I'm sure that they probably don't make as much money. Maybe. Who knows, actually. To be honest, man, like Hollywood has just fallen off. They've just fallen off. I really haven't been super interested in watching like movies. Probably like, I feel like the last 10 years or so. Like every once in a while there's something solid that comes through. But yeah, for the most part, no. You can call me a weeb all you want, but for the most part, I feel like I've been watching more anime than anything else. Yeah, the D&D movie was really good. I did like that a lot. But I've been watching more anime than anything else because, I don't know, I just don't feel like their stuff is how do I say this carefully? I don't feel, maybe I just don't understand the message that is being pushed into Japanese media as much. I feel like Japanese media is still like wilding out. What was that old TV show that used to be on, I think it was it on Adult Swim at one point in time? It was like a Japanese game show, and they had like they had like Americans voice over it. It was the funniest stuff, dude. I cannot remember what it was though. I can't remember off the top of my head. It had like obstacle courses with like these like super goofy games. Hi-Fi Rush, Baldur's Gate 3, and the Persona series are examples of outstanding music of different video games. Takashi's Castle, is that what it was? Yes, Extreme Elimination Challenge. That's what it was. Yes. MXC. Yeah. Dude, that was so good. It was so good. It reminds me of like Mystery Science Theater, but like of a yeah, it reminds me of like Mystery Science Theater, but instead of like people watching a movie, it's like an obstacle course game show. I used to roll to that. Oh man. I watched Dune 2, so Daddy Mark would approve of me. That's about it though. Yeah, I still haven't watched the first Dune one. I need to go. I don't know. Maybe I should watch it. I have to figure out like what is it streaming on? Is it on like an HBO or something like that? Maybe. A quick important PSA note. It wasn't mentioned in the patch notes, but I have yet to be headshot by either bots or bugs in the patch. Headshot removed. Big if true. You know, the thing is that like I feel like, so I've been playing quite a bit. Thank you for the follow over on Twitch. I've been playing quite a bit the last few days. I've been going a little hard on Helldivers too, and I've been playing with newer players. Thank you, Supervisor Janice, for the follow on Twitch. I've been playing Helldivers too, and I've been playing with people that are new. I haven't played it a whole lot, so I have experienced some of the headaches that some of the other folks in the community have had, and like, there's some stuff that's like, it's overtuned. There's some stuff that was like, this is overtuned. Like, getting headshot by hunters is just like not good. It just does not feel good. But it seems like hopefully they recognize that kind of stuff. I don't know, like when it comes to a lot of this stuff, when like something goes wrong with a game, I just don't throw my hands up in anger about it, because it's like, if I see it, then somebody else is seeing it, and likely the developers are going to do something about it, because at the end of the day, they do want their game to be fun. I think there was a really good comment that I saw recently where somebody said, you know, there's a difference between there's a balance that you can reach between challenging and hard, or challenging and difficult, or something like that, or try to balance challenging and fun. That's what it was. Trying to balance challenging and fun. And that is something that I think that they need to really kind of rein in, because that's definitely the game that I want. I would love for Helldivers 2 to really feel like the third-person shooter Dark Souls. You know what I mean? Where, like, yeah, it's tough. It's tough as nails, but it doesn't feel like a challenge that you can't overcome. And by the way, I don't mean that alone. I mean that with a group. Right? Because the game is balanced around group play. It's a cooperative 4-player shooter. Let's be real. So when folks are complaining about solo difficulty and stuff, that's a completely different thing. No, the game should on the highest levels. Remnant, yeah, Remnant 2, but I mean, you get what I'm kind of saying. Like as a co-op horde shooter thing, like what Helldivers is, right? Remnant 2 is a different story. Remnant 2 can be cheap as shit too, by the way. There's this one boss that I fought in Remnant 2 that it had these like hands that would just like appear out of the ground and like punch at you, and like floating eyeball or something like that. I can't remember exactly what it was, but one of the things that really irritated the shit out of me with that boss fight is that there were so many attacks that I was getting hit by off screen, and I hate off screen attacks. I do not like that. That's not a fair difficulty, because if I can't see it, how can I dodge it? There's no way to balance difficulty to 4 players in that state. If they nerfed to dust, I don't know, man. I don't think that. I think there's a way to be able to get to it. The problem is, though, is that it really does come down to people not wanting to turn down difficulty in some situations, because the issue is that, you know, skill does play into effect. Communication for sure plays into effect. Like over the weekend, I ended up playing with people when we actually like communicated when we played, and it's like a completely different game. It's a completely different game, especially when you're talking about, you know, what stratagems you guys are bringing, making sure that we're bringing like a solid variety where you actually have somebody that's bringing like the EMS mortar. Oh my God, that thing can be a life stent. That thing can save your life at times. Hello, Wargaming Dad. Yeah. So making sure, like, just as an example, like, so this is just something that that I've noticed, right? Is that you go into a lot of strikes and you see, not strikes. Oh my God, I think I'm playing Destiny 2. You go into, you know, you drop down onto some of these missions, and what ends up happening is that you see a lot of people that are picking the same shit, because those things are really effective. Rail cannon, the nuke, 500 kg, things like that, right? I don't know if you guys remember this, but like my last stream, remember somebody popped into chat and they were like, is this dude really using the air burst? I'm sorry, but having somebody on the squad that has air burst, especially on bug missions, is incredibly helpful. Incredibly helpful. Tell me that it's not. Being able to throw that down on like an emerging, like an emerging bug hole or something like that, it clears. Orbital gas, same kind of thing. Yeah. There's the problem is that what I find is that when you have too many people that are bringing like orbital laser, rail cannon, and the 500 kg, and they're all in one group and they're all pulling the same things together, what ends up happening is that the small bugs on bug missions, I'm just talking about bugs for now, but on small missions with bugs, the small guys are out of control, and you don't have the kind of ammo in most of your weapons to be able to handle that many waves. You know what I mean? You just don't. You don't have enough ammo to be able to keep up with that, and that's how hunters get like way out of hand so quickly. Because I noticed that with like the other night when I was playing with friends, and I'm like, dude, why are there so many hunters? And it's because nobody's fucking killing them. Like, I'm killing the ones that are chasing me, but that's about it. You know what I mean? And if you have lasers on cooldown, like, you're not going to be able to really do a whole lot. When I play with my squad, they're all sub level 20 and my level 32. We can easily get through level 7 operation, no problem, because we all talk to each other. Yeah, exactly. And the thing is that I feel like there's a lot of people that don't want to approach that discussion that on 7+ level difficulty, you need to communicate. And I don't think that players are. Like, I think that for the most part, players have kind of conditioned themselves to, you know, stay within their bubble. You know what I mean? And even if they do get into matches, they're not using a microphone and they're not using in-game chat. I think that you have to balance that. I think you have to make sure that before you guys drop on higher level difficulties, people are paying attention to what everybody else is bringing and getting it done. You know, last night I dropped in on some viewers, actually. There was one of the guys on the friends list. I noticed their group was running, I think, like a level 7 or 8. They were a man down, missing somebody. Somebody either had to get offline or whatever it might be, and I dropped in to try to help them out. And it was tough, man. It was tough. I'm not gonna lie. It was a rough mission. There's a lot of instances. I had this one play though. I mean, I wanted to pat myself on the back. Nobody called it out. Nobody called it out. We had like 2 Bile Titans and 2 Chargers spawn like while we were trying to clear nests. and it was getting close to like the end of the mission, and I just ran in, aggroed the charger and the 2 titans, and then just kited them as far away from where the group was trying to clear the, it was like one of those huge nests. I just kited them far away as possible, and then, you know, I have like a scout setup for bug missions, right? And I just walked them all the way away, and then lost their aggro, and they were nowhere near. That just completely eliminated the threat because none of us had anything to be able to deal with them at the time. We were out of like stratagems were on like cooldown, and it also had that modifier where it had that modifier where like your drops are delayed. I do really like the moon, like the moon-like planets, dude. Those are so cool. Those are so cool. They're so open, and it's really easy to be able to see things. There's not a lot of obstructions. It's pretty easy to get around. I like that. I like that. Space Channel 5 with the 10. That's a pound, right? 10 pounds. Getting old now. Couldn't do Spider-Man DLC or God of War boss fights. These twitchy games are getting hard for old man reactions. Yeah, luckily I'm not down that path yet. Luckily I'm not going down that path yet. That's why there's games like Baldur's Gate 5 and or Baldur's Gate 5, Baldur's Gate 3 or Persona 3 or you know, some of these turn-based games and stuff like that. There's always stuff for all of us, you know what I mean? Plus, I don't think the game's bad on lower difficulties. I saw somebody else post something else that Baldur's Gate 5 confirmed. Shit, I let it slip. I saw somebody else post something recently, like a comment that I really liked. And it's the idea of like giving players that play on lower difficulties the ability to be able to like combine samples to be able to get higher tier samples. That would be nice. That would be nice. Dean Death, would you do a Div 2 playthrough? It is the music from Divinity Original Sin 2. Yeah. I have like 300 hours, 300 or 400 hours in Divinity Original Sin 2. Not that I wouldn't do another playthrough. I mean, I think it's pretty obvious after 300 or 400 hours, you probably would do another playthrough. Maybe at some point. I don't see any reason not to. You know, one of the things that I've really been waiting for is that Warhammer 40k Rogue Trader, like I got it on day 1 and it just didn't play well enough for me to like want to continue to play it. Not that it's like a bad game, it's just it had a lot of problems. And I talked to a few people that have played, you know, some of Owlcat's games in the past, and they said that like, you know, it's kind of best that like after the game releases, like give it a few months before really trying to dive into it. I can't do Fort Joy again. Good Lord. I'll give it to Larian Studios. They know how to make a fucking thick Act 1. A thick Act 1. At Legendary Drops, off topic. Would you try to find the time to make a video about the Thaumaturge game? It's made by the studio doing the Witcher remake right now. Very good. Did that get released? That's another CRPG, isn't it? I thought I had it on my wish list. Wonder if I can get a key for that, actually. I would like to get a review key. Oh, we should do the... Do you guys want to do the Dragon's Dogma 2 character creator today? I haven't done that yet. I'm getting jealous. I see a bunch of people posted their stuff on I'm not really good with character creators though. Do it. Yes, it's released. Tried it. Great stuff. Plays like Disco Elysium with Shin Megami Tensei Persona 5 combat. Ooh, that actually sounds pretty good. I think Helldivers 2 is in a great state. I actually think it's... I personally think it is in a great state, but... obviously, some people are going to have a differing opinion on that. I forgot what my fucking... I forgot what my login is. Is it on this one? No, it is not. Is it on this one? It is. It is. I'm looking forward to I also saw somebody point something out today. I got some funny stuff to talk about here in a bit too. Since you're a music lover, you should make a playlist somewhere for all your favorite video game tracks. Holy shit. How would I even do that? That's actually a really good question. I should do that sometime. It'd actually be really nice for me anyway. The problem is that like YouTube's like really fucking weird when it comes to music. You guys don't know this, but like one of the weird things that goes on YouTube is there's a bunch of people that try to do like copyright, and they're fake. They're not real. They just try to very scummily use YouTube's automated system to be able to try to steal money from content creators. What's your cat's name? Maddie. M-A-T-T-Y. Make generic white guy. I might do that. Video game music is specifically designed to keep your focus. Actually makes a lot of sense, to be honest. That's one of the reasons why I like playing it while I'm streaming, because it kind of keeps me dialed in, you know what I mean? I don't remember. I'll have to try to remember that later. Remind me about the thaumaturge in Discord later, and I'll try to figure it out. I can't really figure it out right now. I was just gonna look it up to see if there was a like a review key available for it. Otherwise, because if they do that, then I'll take it. Otherwise, my plate's kind of filled. You know what I mean? I think I actually have like I have a sponsored stream coming up soon too. Got a Discord streamer channel. I have a Discord channel for my channel. I'm not like super close with a lot of other content creators. There's only like a couple that I'm friends with, or like ones that I've like talked to in the past. I think the only ones that I'd probably consider like friends, because we talk on a semi-regular basis, would be like Darth Microtransactions and Wolfheart FPS. Also Rurikon. I like Rurikon. No, that's what I meant. Discord channel for legendary drops. Is it not on my Twitch page? I need to genuinely like work on my I need to genuinely work on my Twitch stuff and like put more Twitch stuff on there. Ace Combat 6. What about Armored Core 6? Thank you for the 2 pounds. Space Channel 5. Is that what you've been playing? Is I don't think I've ever played one of those games. Like the fighter jet games? I don't think I've ever played one. Closest would be Tiger Heli on on NES. You know your channel is still marked for the podcast, bro. Thank you. That's actually a goated Twitch comment. I completely forgot to change that. Thank you. I'm not too sure, but Ultima, I think you actually probably could have changed that. I don't know. I fixed it though. Thank you. I appreciate you saying something about it. I don't really need this up anymore. Actually, I might need that up later. Keep that back up. Just kind of put that over here. Bring this back up. All right. Armored Core goes hard. It really does. It really does. Twitch is also linked in the description. Well, no. I guess they were there. Somebody was asking about the channel Discord. Warsaw, thank you for the follow over on Twitch. So I think somebody was asking for the Discord on Twitch. Helldivers 2 is popping off. It's not dead whatsoever. Bro, you know what one of the fucking crazy thing is? God, here, you guys want to... I'll show you guys something. Let me see if I can find it. Okay, no, that's not what I want. I want response status. I responded. I don't know. I can't find it. So basically there was this comment that somebody, oh, that's probably why. No. This one dude commented on one of my videos and he was like, if you dislike the video, make sure to write about it in the comments and be sure to hit the dislike button twice. It's actually really funny. People don't really realize that's not how YouTube works. Fucking stupid. You know what the worst thing you could do? The worst thing you could do to a content creator's video is it's not even the worst thing you could do. It's actually the best thing that you could do. The best thing that you could do is watch the video that you disagree with and then tell YouTube, do not show me any more videos like this. I think it's a joke. You don't understand the kind of comments that I get. You don't understand the kind of comments that I get. Oh, here it is. All right, I found it. All right, so this guy commented. He says, "Do not hire programmers as designers." He's talking about the bad patch, right? The bad patch for Helldivers 2. And he says, Don't hire programmers as game designers. This will fix it. And he says, minus 150k players at peak hours, and tomorrow there will be even less. Good luck keeping your game unless you reverse these changes and buff everything. So I commented back and I was like, the game is almost at 250,000 players 5 hours before peak. The peak is at 100 hours UTC. He comments back and says 430,000 players 2 days ago. Yesterday the game was at 350,000 peak. I'm using SteamDB, but this isn't including all the PlayStation players who've already all probably quit by now. 250k pre-peak is normal for several weeks now. So I commented a week later, right? I commented like almost a week later, and I said, pointing to a platform that you can't even tell the numbers for doesn't bring anything to the discussion. It just misrepresents the discussion entirely. I'm like, SteamDB yesterday, March 10th, was 411k players. I like people have this like internal narrative that I don't even understand. Like, do they not know how to read graphs? That's really what it is. I think that you know what? I think I remember this. I think Asmongold once brought this up before and said the biggest problem with people today is they don't know how to read graphs. And I think that's true. I think it's true. I think especially when you see like the weird way they're teaching kids math and stuff today, it's like, yeah, that's probably exactly what's going on. Do us Helldivers care? Oh, no, nobody does. Did they dislike their own comment? They did. They did dislike their own comment. That's always weird too. Why do people like their own comment? Like, I agree with myself. March 10th is also the weekend, not every weekday. Weekdays will always have less players than weekends. Yeah, but for the most part, even on the weekdays during peak hours, Helldivers 2 is still banging. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I'm actually kind of surprised. Usually so anytime a game comes out, you're gonna have some type of natural decay. You're always gonna have some type of natural decay. That's just how these games are, right? That's just what they do. So like yesterday, it was like 310 was the peak concurrent player count. So yeah, during the weekdays, you're gonna have some natural decay, right? But yeah, no, last weekend 411,000 on one day, 407,000 on another, 430,000 on Saturday. Yeah. So I mean, Saturday and Sunday are always, what is this? Saturday and Sunday are always going to be your biggest days, and then you're going to see a relatively natural decay curve. The funny thing is that, but this is what's crazy, is that like, if I go back to like 1 month, I'll bring it up so you guys can actually see it. So if I go back to like 1 month, I'll zoom in too, right? All right, there we go. So if I go back to, so like, let's see here. So let's look at a weekday. So like Thursday, March 7th, 334,000 players. Where's the last Thursday? Like, dude. Because this is like your peak. This is like when I mean, fuck. Look how the game just blew up right here. Thursday, February. Thursday the 5th. The game came out on the 12th. And by that Thursday, it had almost reached 200,000 players. That weekend, it shoots up and continues to go and continues to go. And it's like you have your valleys, right? Like you would normally have. But for the most part, the game has stayed healthy, man. The game has stayed healthy. Warsaw, thank you for the prime. Appreciate that. And also the real Caldrus? Cal. Thank you for this. Thank you for the prime. Appreciate that. Hype train over on Twitch. What the fuck? So yeah, like this is really good. This is super healthy. This is like beyond healthy. And to be honest with you, even if the game shoots back down to like 200,000 concurrent players down here, like where it started, like that's fine. That's better than a lot of live service games that are on Steam. You know what I mean? I only care about other people playing the game to the extent of finding someone to be able to play with. Smaller communities actually are more welcoming and cozy. HD2 is currently big, and so I mean, like, I don't want the game to lose players, but I mean, you're gonna have some decay regardless, because that's just what games do. Plus, keep in mind, like, Dragon's Dogma 2 comes out in a few days. You know what I mean? So when Dragon's Dogma 2 comes out, you're going to have some decay just because there's another new big game that people have been looking forward to that is going to cause people to go play something else for a while. And then, people will just kind of revolve back to it. Because, like, even looking at, like, I mean, what are we even talking about? Where's their peak? 3 months? Six months. 100,000 players in September. 100,000 players in December. 75,000 players in March. Because even looking at a game like Destiny 2, which I realize the game is, like, obviously not been fully handled all that well, right? But if you're looking at a game like Destiny 2, like, it was up at 300,000. It dropped down. Probably had an expansion right here. And then it fell off. Probably other content updates in here. But, like, 290,000. But the game usually chills at around, fuck. Man, Destiny 2 fell off. Its chill points were still almost 100,000 in 2020. 2021, just under 100,000. Some real deep fall offs, but for the most part, still 100,000 in 2022. Still 100,000 here. Not so much here. It's been on a downward trend here. But yeah, I mean, so if Helldivers 2 can keep above that and stay at like 200,000 players, fuck, even if it's over 100,000 players, the game's still gonna be good. You're not gonna have any problem. Malik, Boxin, thank you for the sub. Or thank you for the prime. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. So yeah, I don't understand. I wouldn't see any reason for people to really be worried about this game. And one of the other things too is that what makes Helldivers 2 unique in comparison to say a game like Destiny 2 is that Destiny 2, all of their content revolves around like expansions and then like seasonal content, right? But the thing is that Helldivers 2, the content's not tied to a battle pass. The content's not tied to a typical schedule like we usually see with live service games. We got mechs in the game, major orders, and none of those things are tied to like a content schedule outside of like whatever they have internally. You know what I mean? Like, they don't have to Malik, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Super generous. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. And also, Navi, thank you for the, Nabi, thank you for the, prime. Thank you, guys. Really appreciate it. but none of their content is tied to the battle pass. So what ends up happening as a result is that players want to keep playing regardless of what war bond is active, because we don't know what's going to happen. You know what I mean? We don't know what's going to happen. Simple as that. We do, like, and it's always going to bring players back to the game, because if they see, oh shit, there's a major order that just came out and it looks like it's going to be tied to some type of content, you know, say that, like, they're probably going to do the same thing with faction bosses. You know what I mean? Like, they're probably gonna do the same thing with faction bosses. You know, Super Earth Alert. We've heard, you know, rumors of a massive terminated life form on, you know, whatever planet. Scans show a massive terminated life form on whatever planet, and, you know, they're sending us to go investigate. You're gonna bring people back into the game, and that's not even tied to a seasonal thing. That could literally happen, like, next week. Not that it would. I wouldn't if I were them. I'd give it a little bit longer than that, obviously. There's no reason to, like, keep hammering us with content too quickly. You want to space it out a little bit because you don't want to, like, blow your load. You know what I mean? But the crazy thing is, like, they have so many things. Wanted to keep the hype train going. Thank you. Appreciate that. Yeah. Like, they can do whatever they want. Think about that. Think about how cool that is. That instead of us, like, sitting around and waiting for these, like, valleys that, like, normally happen with a lot of these games, like that natural decay of, all right, I did all the content, you know, it's time for me to go do something else. Now it can just kind of be one of those games where it's just, like, off in the background, and you're just gonna randomly, like, you know, I don't know, probably social media or something like that. You get a notification, or you'll see it on fucking Reddit or something like that. Oh, major order just released. You know, this is going on at this planet. Oh, dude, I want to hop in. I'm going to play a bit of that. I love that. I personally like that. Because the thing is that what that does is that continues to keep your game, like, in active conversation, where a lot of these other games don't necessarily have that. And you guys know what happens when those content lulls exist. That's when players get upset. That's when they get bored, and then that's when they start shit-talking the game. An actual live game. Yeah, this is an actual live game. It's almost like their approach to Helldivers 2 is honestly genius. It's almost like they looked at live service from, like, an outer space perspective, top-down view, and they said, what is the best way to be able to run a live service game? And they just wrote down all of the best ideas to run a live service game, and then they made that game. And you know what's even crazier about that? My God. I thought about this today. So, think about this. They just made a patch, right? Patch just came out where they buffed our ability to deal damage to chargers, deal more damage to terminids. They also changed the spawn rates and the spawn spikes and things like that, right? And then immediately following that, they give us a major order, which is going to direct all the players towards fighting terminids. And they're basically using us as testers to check to see how the balance is with the terminids. And they're using it through the major order system. So they're making their testing feature a part of the live service of the game. Like, bro. What? Like, if they did that on accident, they have savants at that point, because, like, bro, like, that's so genius. That's so genius. That's so smart, because you get to direct your players to go test something that you want to make sure that's working. And what's the best way to test something? Well, it's to throw as many testers as you possibly can at one thing at once. How can Helldivers 2 do that? Throw out a major order. because a major order is going to go into the ether, and all of a sudden all these people are going to go and start playing and you know, killing the Terminids and whatnot like that, and probably testing out all the new strategies or whatever like that we can use to take down that enemy. It's so smart. It's the best way to collect data on your game, make sure that it's working the proper way. Because I was sitting here asking myself, I was like looking at the patch notes and I'm like, well, why didn't they change anything with the bots? Because they're waiting. Because they will do a patch that will fix some things with the bots, and then they're going to do a major order for us to go and kill the bots. And then they're going to collect their data. And then they're going to go back to the drawing board. And they're going to continue to make fixes and changes and things like that to try to get the game perfectly in line. Because remember what I said earlier, one of the worst things you can do is make wide sweeping changes to a game, especially at the very beginning. And a lot of people gave me some pushback because there were people who are like, oh, well, isn't this just like what Blizzard did with Diablo 4? No, what Blizzard did with Diablo 4 is that they nerfed everything across the board. They made the whole entire game feel like ass. At least with Helldivers 2, well, yeah, it got a lot more difficult and a couple weapons did get weakened. There were still things to use and players could adapt, and players did, and they continued to play the game. And also on top of that, the other reason why it's more upsetting when we look at a company like Blizzard and we see them screw something up like that, the reason why we get mad is because we expect more from a company that has as many resources as they do, as much money as they do, and also should have as much experience as necessary to be able to understand what they need to do with their game, because at this point, it's been 30 years of Diablo or 20 years of Diablo or whatever it is. Now, I realize that most of the people that work at Blizzard aren't even the folks that even created most of those games to begin with and have no clue on how to make those games or anything like that. Personally, I think that Diablo 2 was just a flash in the pan. For Blizzard, specifically. I think Diablo 2 is a flash in the pan, and they were never able to recreate what made that game great because they didn't hold on to the people that made that game great to begin with. So then when Diablo 3 came out, like, it was good, but it wasn't Diablo 2. And then Diablo 4 still isn't anything like Diablo 2. And even Diablo 3 had some things better than Diablo 4, right? So I think it was just a flash in the pan where it just ended up being like that awesome, incredible game that was such a trendsetter that the best thing that Diablo 2 did was, one, give players a game that people really enjoyed to play, but two, it inspired other developers with more creativity to be able to capture that and carry the torch. A la, Grinding Gear Games and Last Epoch. So, like, this is genius. This is so smart. This is so beyond smart, and I think that this is only going to lead to the game just continuing to, like, remain relevant and popular. Because it's not just their ability to be able to test the game. It's everything. It's everything. The fact that Arrowhead Studios is so involved in so many aspects of their game, and they have such a really good plan in place to be able to make sure that it stays relevant and stays fun and stays enjoyable, is incredible. It really is. It really is. Like, I honestly, like, I'm probably gonna end up doing another video on Arrowhead Studios and at least, like, what I'm discerning from their plan and the things that they've done with the game so far. And man, like, it really is a change in standards. It really is a change in standards. This is a completely different way to run a live service game. And I don't think very many other studios have tried to do something like this. And if they have, they didn't do it as effectively as Arrowhead has done. This is such thoughtful design. I love that they acknowledge the novel solution for the chargers, but fixed. That is also really good. Tyler, really good point there. I like that they pointed out, they're like, we don't really like seeing that you guys are leaning on this leg meta where you just focus on a leg and then kill the leg and then it kills the charger, right? Because the funny thing is that, like, even from their perspective, I don't understand why they would be upset about it, like, or why they wouldn't like it, because the thing is like, it makes the most sense. The charger needs its legs to be able to charge you. So if I take out its leg, then it's relatively harmless, right? So that's why it dies, because it can't live, it can't It can't. It has nothing to be able to pull that weight because it's such a like a heavy creature. And instead of nerfing it, they said, "Well, we want you guys to attack. We want you guys to attack the obvious weak points instead." Well, the thing is that like I thought the obvious weak point on the charger was its back, but the problem is that like even if you shoot it in its back, it doesn't die fast enough. It just keeps running around, bleeding out. It'd be different if we blew out the backside and it just like fell over dead, but that's not what happens. The closest comparison to this would be the MMO Defiance, which had a TV show tie in where people could decide the direction about the show and the game in it. It just wasn't very good. Yeah, I think games have like attempted to do something similar to this, but it really required a very specific formula to be able to pull off. That's not to say that like any other game couldn't do this. They just have to figure out how to do it within their universe. It makes sense for a game like Helldivers 2 because you have a galactic dungeon master that's running the game, and it's a live service game that's being pushed by it's a live service game that's being pushed by our efforts, right? We're the ones technically telling the story. And it works in the context of what they're doing. Other games would have to figure out how that would work in the context of theirs. When I'm talking about like the testing, the patching, the changing, the new content, how new content is fed into the game and things like that. Because there's nothing stopping Arrowhead Studios from waking up tomorrow and going, yeah, we're going to have Earth get invaded. No, it's not like they don't even have to do DLC for this game. That's the crazy part. Like, I wouldn't even see any reason for them to, there's nothing that would necessitate them to do DLC for the game. You just keep the game live and keep giving people reasons to want to continue to play the game. And ultimately, you're going to have more people buy it, more people play it. And on top of that, you're going to have people that will eventually spend money on the game. Because people are going to want to buy super credits. They're going to want to. You're going to have it's not just the impatient folks. Because when I say impatient people, it makes it sound like they're trying to target them. You're obviously going to, is this a no spoiler chat? No spoiler chat about what? What is there to spoil? I'm spoiling you. But like one of the things that I really like about it is that they can just wake up tomorrow and do whatever they want. Data mine stuff? No. LJ, there's no spoiling for Helldivers 2 because there was Helldivers 1. There was Helldivers 1. All the content's already up there. You know what I mean? We're just spoiled on democracy, brother. Ain't that the truth? Hey, Kona. Yeah. So, yeah, all the information's already out there. There's nothing data mined. There's nothing to data mine from the game, to be honest with you. You just go look at any gameplay from Helldivers 1. You see all the vehicles. We already knew about the mechs. We already knew about all the enemy factions, all that stuff. It's all there. But why can't I buy a 50-pound different colored horse in Helldivers 2? Bad game. True. Bad game. Bad game. Yeah. Why aren't there any purchases worth more than the game in Helldivers 2? Such bullshit. Wow. Wow. Did you guys see Bobby Kotick wants to buy TikTok apparently? It's like I don't even know what to say. I don't even know what to say. I don't even know what to say. I want to ask you a quick oh my god, if I could learn how to speak today. I want to ask you a quick question. Which gaming consoles or gaming laptop are you on right now, bro? I have a PC that I built. You can't buy it anywhere. You can buy the parts all over the place, but I built it myself. I made it myself. But I also have a PlayStation and a Nintendo Switch. couldn't. I'm sorry, I'm weak. I have to play Zelda. And also on top of that, I'm too afraid to pirate, so there's that. I don't trust myself to be smart enough not to click on like the wrong thing. So yeah, Bobby Kotick wanted to buy TikTok. It's like I don't even know what to say. It's so funny because like TikTok is already one of those apps. It's like, even though it's like so widely used, it's also so widely hated by so many people. So it's just so fitting that Bobby Kotick would want to buy it. It's like Emperor Palpatine taking over Facebook. You know what I mean? Did Bobby not learn anything from Elon? No, it's because Bobby wants to start posting TikToks. Could you imagine? Could you imagine? My main issue is with TikTok is how quickly or how insanely fast misinformation spreads. Yeah. Case in point with that article that I read. I get it. People, God, how much shit I got today for reading a fucking Polygon article. Like, here's the thing. I get it. Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of their writing at all, and it's incredibly biased, and those biased opinions sometimes need to be challenged. And I make videos about shit that I feel like making a video about. So there you go. But it is wild because you can see just how quickly gullible people can just pick up on a couple TikToks and run with that like it's indicative of the entire like player base. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, the dumbest shit goes viral on TikTok. Literally, the dumbest shit goes viral on TikTok. You should be chatting and spreading democracy, brother. That's right. That's what we do here. We spread democracy. The US said it was going to ban TikTok recently, so maybe he's trying to buy it while the share price is low. That's exactly what he's trying to do. It's actually two parts. It's actually two reasons. I can tell you guys exactly why Bobby Kotick wants to buy it. He wants to buy it because if he owns it, then an American owns it, and then it won't get banned. That's why. Share prices drop. Bobby Kotick comes in, he buys the app, it stays in America. Bam. One of the main reasons why people are why so many people are like against TikTok in the first place is because they think it shares information with China, which I'm sure it probably does, to be honest. There's also like a vastly different way. One of the funny things is too, like I remember people say, "Oh, like look at what TikTok shows like Chinese people. It shows them completely different things." And it's like, yeah, probably because they're probably because they have completely different tastes on things. I'm an American. I'm fucking stupid. Well, I watch food videos and cat videos, anime compilations and music videos. Also, on top of that, like, I haven't collected Pokemon cards since I was a kid. Like, since I was a little kid. But I like watching people open packs. I like watching it. I don't know why. I don't know why. I can't help it. Like, it could be. And then the funny thing is, then I find myself sitting here going like, do I want to open Pokemon card packs? Do I want to play real life gacha? ASMR Pokemon card pack opening. What do you guys think? I'll talk like real slow, and I'll talk slow, and I'll talk like sultry. Be like, all right, guys, I'm getting ready to open this pack. Can you guys hear the crinkle? Can you hear as I slightly touch the edge of the card? I feel like the magic of the cards is here. The heart of the cards, Yugi. The heart of the cards is here. this. It's a hollow. It's going to be a hollow pack. I know it. Take my money. Nah, I'm good. Turns up music. Can't hear you. That new card smell. That is actually true. New card smell is so good, dude. It's so good. I never got into Magic the Gathering. None of my friends got into Magic the Gathering. If my friends got into it, I would have, because I'm really susceptible to peer pressure. That and also like competition. You know what I mean? Like I like to compete with other people. So like I always want like I really got into like Pokemon and Yu-Gi-Oh back in the day because like I had to have better cards than my friends and I also had to be better at the game than them. So yeah, I went in. I went in. I went in. I wish I got into Magic though, especially because like Magic doesn't feel as cringe to be like still into like when you're older. You know what I mean? I'm a 36-year-old man that watches way too much Magic the Gathering pack cracking. Yeah. Does Magic have hollows? I just like hollows. I don't think Magic has hollow. I don't think Magic does hollow. Their card art is fucking sick, though. I'll give them that. Their card art is fucking sick. Same. Yu-Gi-Oh is because it could never get a hold of Pokemon and learn. Yeah. Sure does. All right, guys. Well, this is now going to be called Legendary. This channel is now being changed. The name of the channel is now called Legendary Pops Packs MTG Pro Gaming. Is Pokemon that Power World card game? Yeah, that's what it is. That's what it is. Yes, it is. It is that Power World card game. I live in Missouri. They don't really regulate those things. Oh, like social media, yeah. New goat channel. Would be nice. Would be nice. Oh man. Yeah, I mean, I do like part of me like, what is that? Is there like an intrinsic value, a desire within us, like a materialistic desire to collect the shiny? Is that like from like back in the day when we were like cave people and we wanted to just like find the shiny stones and just like keep them in a place? Like that kind of feels like me. Like I would like part of me like wants to collect things, but I don't want to collect like big things. Like I don't really like spend a lot of money on useless shit. You know what I mean? Like genuinely, I don't. I really don't spend money on like very many. Like every once in a while I'll buy something that's like relatively useless. But I'm relatively like minimalistic when it comes to things, right? Like my house isn't like filled with a ton of stuff. It looks like it is from this background, but it really isn't. But yeah, I really liked collecting cards. Collecting cards is a lot of fun. Having more equals more wealth equals more security. Yeah, it can. It definitely can. I do need to check the I like one of these times when I go back home and visit my mom, I actually need to check like my my old Pokemon stash, because there's a ton of cards that I had in there. There's a ton of cards that I had in there, and I know there's some firsties. Because I was real big into collecting cards. I was really big into collecting cards when I was younger. Like I was hardcore. I was super hardcore into it. I mean, I'd do anything to get my hands on a pack of Pokemon cards. I'll tell you that right now. Anything. Every time we were at the grocery store, Mom. I tell you, it was the best way to like not like for me to be able to stay at home and not have to go to the grocery store. that allowed me to stay home and play Nintendo instead. I was hustling though, I tell you that. Just watched your latest video and holy, unaware of all that drama. Yeah, I was too. What's up, Sublime? I just found out that I have a Lego character from when I was a kid that's worth $300+. That's crazy. That's crazy. A Lego character? Have any of you other guys found stuff that you had like from when you were a kid that you now realize is worth like a ton of money for some reason? I would guarantee there's probably at least a few grand worth of Pokemon cards back at my mom's house. Like for sure. For sure. Because I know that I at least have 2 first editions and I kept my cards in really good condition. I was not one of those messy kids. I always like, you know, my stuff was all my stuff was double sleeved. All my stuff was double sleeved. Either like hard sleeve, hard case, or regular sleeve in a book. And but I definitely have some first gen, and I know I have a couple first editions. I think if I can remember off the top of my head, I know the two of the ones that I know for sure that I have is a first edition Hollow Scyther and a first edition Hollow Blastoise. I definitely know I have those. Maybe a Venusaur as well, actually. I have an unopened Atari Star Wars Empire Strikes Back that's now worth a ton of money. That is crazy. That's wild. I threw out all my old Magic cards when I moved because without looking at them a long time ago, but always wonder. Yikes. I never thought I was gonna hold on to that kind of stuff. My mom was the one that made me hold on to it because I was just gonna toss it or sell it or something like that, like way long ago. But my mom always stopped me from doing it because I always looked at it like whatchamacallit, like fucking, was it Beanie Babies back in the day? Blastoise is $550 or more. Time to pay some bills. It's time to play some bills. You've got a 1979 Boba Fett action figure. I bet all my action figures are fucked. I think I had that though. I had these like really old Star Wars action figures that I don't know who I got them from when I was a kid. I don't know who gave them to me. Somebody did. But I don't know where I got them from, but I definitely had them. Your parents threw away your original Yu-Gi-Oh deck because it was satanic? Wow. That's rough, man. That's rough. I'm sorry to hear that. All right, let's look at some stuff. Let's look at some things. We got some things to talk about today. I brought up a couple things. Cheaters have spoiled Diablo 4's new leaderboard, and players are begging for Blizzard to fix it quickly. I just saw that. It was the first thing that popped up when I clicked on news. Oh my god, I'm actually crying. Oh. Oh. They can't stop taking L's. Like, this is the average Diablo 4 player. Oh, this is the average Diablo 4 player. Disappointed, confused, but also kind of expecting it. like they can't. They're literally Sideshow Bob, just stepping on every rake possible. The Gauntlet's first week hasn't gone well. I don't even know what to say. Oh man, the top ranked player for Diablo 4's new leaderboards aren't playing by the rules. A new exploit allows has skyrocketed people's scores, and players are hoping for Blizzard fixes it before the week 2's leaderboard starts tomorrow. I'm gonna tell you guys, that's probably not a bet I would make. That's probably not a bet that I would make. Can I turn on like a... There we go. Oh, that's nice. Oh man. Over the weekend, a method to boost your score in the Gauntlet, Diablo 4's new 8-minute speedrun dungeon, quickly spread throughout the community. Players found that you can start your run with a powerful buff from a shrine in the open world, giving you massive damage over players that start with nothing. Success in the Gauntlet already relies on the shrine buffs that you pick up inside of it and to kill enemies while you run through the map. The artillery shrine, for example, causes every skill to launch holy arrows in all directions, which saves you the time it takes to run through groups of enemies. Shrines also make you run faster. Yeah, okay. The best players plan efficient routes. Yeah. Well, it. Damn it, man. God. Like, Blizzard's just an L factory, man. Like, I hope Microsoft is happy with their purchase. You know. I just love the fact that they delayed this. They delayed this multiple times so that they could get it, you know, get it working. They bring it out like at the end or the middle of a season, like a month after the season had already started. Like players already don't give a shit to begin with, just for them to release it and then cheaters exploit it. You can't make this stuff up. I'm gonna be real. Like, Blizzard is just one of those companies where they're just way too funny to watch. They're just way too funny to watch. Like, I'm gonna be honest with you guys. There's been a couple other times where I've wanted to make a couple more Diablo 4 videos just talking about, you know, the state of the game or whatever, you know, just, I don't know. But now it just feels unfair. It just feels unfair. Let's see if there's anything like newsworthy today. PlayStation 5 is getting one of Xbox's biggest unreleased games. I don't know what that is. I also don't trust the gaming Bible. Esports.net. Is the gaming industry dying? I don't know, bro. If you follow esports, yeah, probably. I feel like most of the people that feel like gaming is dying are the people that play like the same 3 or 4 or 5 games a year. Rip Blizzard. What's up, Rurkon? Yeah, I don't know what to say, man. I don't know what to say. At this point, it's just like, guys. Like, I wouldn't even be mad if Blizzard walked away. Like, if they just walked away from Diablo, I'd be like, I get it. Like, you guys don't know what you're doing. It's okay. It's okay. You know, just good luck next time, champ. Good luck next time. Maybe put more of your eggs in I don't know, WoW or something, I guess. I don't know. Thank you for the follow over on Twitch. Microsoft be at least we got Candy Crush. I'll be real, I think that a lot of that did have to do with their mobile section. And don't get me wrong, like Activision Blizzard still makes a ton of money, but good lord, they just can't help but take L's. Overwatch is I don't even think it's really even that relevant anymore, to be honest. I know there's people that are still playing it, but I don't think it's nearly as relevant as it used to be. World of Warcraft definitely is not as relevant as it used to be. There's such a major barrier for players to try to play World of Warcraft. Like, I'm sorry, but if you're somebody that's never played an MMO or haven't played World of Warcraft, there's no way that you go and you watch somebody playing retail and go, yeah, this looks fun. There's just no way you do. In regards to people saying the industry is dying, I literally have sleep less to keep up with games that I'm covering right now, and I'm already pushing several games to the side at the time being. I'm doing the exact same thing. Yeah, that's why it's like, no, gaming's not dying. Gaming's dying in certain genres. I'd probably say that. I think certain genres are just falling out of, like, I think that overall players are starting to get kind of exhausted of the exact same things being recycled over and over and over and over and over again. And that's really what it kind of comes down to. I think that there's a lot of players that are out there that have been used to playing the same things, and because they see those things declining and less players wanting to play them, and they haven't really, let's be real, there are tons of people that are out there that all they've ever played is Fortnite, Call of Duty, sports games. So when they see those games declining and everybody's leaving those to go play other things, then yeah, they're probably going to feel that way. Yeah, I don't think it's gaming in general. It's just specific genres. And games that have been very popular for a very long time have declined. Like, a really good example of this is something like Halo, right? Like, Halo's like not even like, the people that still love Halo, and the funny thing is that, like, talk about how impactful Halo 2, Halo 3, and Reach and ODST were, that, you know, people still look fondly on Halo, even though it hasn't been good in like 10 years or more. You know what I mean? So yeah, I'd imagine like people probably feel like certain sectors of gaming are dying. So that just has more to do with people not having like varied tastes. You also can't really expect people to have varied tastes either. Like, if you're a first-person shooter, Andy, like, that's the thing that you love. You don't really like adventure games. You don't like fantasy and things like that. Yeah, I'd probably feel like the industry is failing you in some way, shape, or form. Like, I played the finals. I don't know. I bounced right off of it. You know what I mean? Yeah, the first-person shooter market's looking pretty grim, to be honest. Yeah, Call of Duty's in fucking shambles. I think it's time. It's beyond time that a new king steps into the first-person shooter. It needs to be a switch up, and it's not going to be Battlefield, and it's not going to be Call of Duty. It needs to be something else, something completely different. And while like games like BattleBit can come in and like shake things up, that's not going to be enough, because you're just going to have too many people that are like, there's too many people out there that really do care about the way that a game looks. To be honest, I think case in point, I think case in point is some of the discussion that I've been seeing around. Let's see if I can pull it up. Some of the discussion that I've been seeing around. Yeah, here we go. Case in point, something I've been seeing around this stuff right here. The Rise of Ronin marries Team Ninja Sublime Combat, the dense open world that rewards the curious. And there's been a lot of discussion from a lot of different folks. I just like, this is just a random tweet that I saw, but it said the community 1 month ago, games are too expensive. The gaming community 1 month ago, games are too expensive to develop. The gaming community never said games are too expensive to develop. Make more AA and reduce budget. Reduce marketing budget. If you reduce marketing budget and you instead focus on making a great game instead, then what ends up happening is that the game markets itself. A la Baldur's Gate 3, Pal World, Enshrouded. I mean, Dragon's Dogma 2's had a lot of marketing, but I think it's still going to be a really good game regardless. Rurikon, I need you to get me into the Capcom Creators Program, okay? Can you help me out with that? I need to get an official pawn. You have an idea how jealous I am of you? I literally like cried about it on stream the other day. I was seething. I was seething with jealousy. I was like, I saw your name come up on that list and I'm like, this motherfucker. To be honest, people playing those genres you were talking about have made their beds. Yeah, they have made their beds, to be honest. You want to talk about it? Kind of, yeah. Congratulations on that, though. That's really cool, man. I do think it's really sick. Actually, I'm gonna be putting out a Dragon's Dogma 2 video this week. Speaking of, I might do 3 videos this week. I might do Dragon's Dogma 2, and then I'm gonna do like a roundup, just random thoughts video on Helldivers 2 as well, probably. But basically, what I was gonna say is that, like, now you have a bunch of people that are complaining that the graphics of Rise of Ronin look like PS3 graphics, which, I mean, yeah, it's not the most graphically intense game, but so are a lot of games, to be honest. Like, some of the best games that I've played over the last couple of years aren't the most graphically intensive ones. Dude, I DM'd you on Twitter and you didn't answer me back. I was like, does this guy not like me? Why does he keep showing up to my stream? Let's see here. All right, I just sent it to you. Make sure you got that. I just sent you an invite on I just sent you an invite over on Discord. Let me know that you got that. But yeah, so I mean, like, you're gonna have people that are gonna complain about this kind of stuff, but, like, to be honest, like, guys, do graphics really matter that much to you? The person, like, really? Like, really? Because they don't to me. Here's the thing, I can really appreciate a game that looks pretty, but I much more appreciate a game that plays well and is fun. Now, if you can give me the pretty and fun, that's what we got a good game there. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, I'm graphics last, gameplay first. I mean, to a point. Nah, not really, because I'm looking at some of the games I've played over the last few years. They look like there's been a ton of games that I've played that look like they could have came out on an N64. You know what I mean? There's a ton of games that look like they came out on an N64. I've talked about it multiple times on stream. I'm a Terraria enthusiast. You know what I mean? So like graphics obviously do not matter to me all that much. What's up, Rurikon? You're live on stream.
So I gotta whisper because my kids are sleeping.
Oh, your kids are sleeping. What are you gonna whisper to me?
Does my microphone sound good?
Nah, it's all right.
What the hell do you mean it's all right?
It's a little fuzzy. Kind of sounds like you're in a box.
Fuzzy. Are you joking? You're freaking trolling me right now.
No, I'm not joking. I'm being
I'm more
honest.
concerned if it sounds staticky or not.
Yeah, it sounds staticky.
See, that's what I was talking about.
Rurikon is joining us on stream right now. Yeah, a little fuzzy, buddy. But yeah, when it comes to like a lot of stuff like this, I don't really see the point in people trying to complain about this stuff. But the thing is that, you know, people are gassing this game up.
Good?
Yeah, you sound fine.
Okay, sorry. Okay, so on the Rise of Ronin thing,
yeah,
I've already played it, but I can only talk about the first like couple of hours.
Okay.
So in regard, I've seen a lot of people basically singing the game's praises visually, which in my opinion, I don't agree. I think everybody's entitled to their own opinion. That's fine. I don't agree. I think the game looks very dated. And my only complaint about that, because it's not just the visuals, there's also the stuff you do in the open world and some other aspects. I don't want to get into too many details because it's just still preview that we're allowed to talk about.
Okay.
But overall, the game feels dated. And I've seen a lot of people bring up the argument of like, oh, but we don't care about graphics. We don't care about this. We just care about the combat. We don't care about anything else. I mean, it's like, that's fine. But you need to understand that there are certain expectations when people are coming up with a PS5 exclusive that is priced at the same price as Ghost of Tsushima.
Oh, yeah. See, I didn't know anything about the price of it.
So, because like, if you're telling me, oh, it's more of a budget title, okay. If you're selling a budget title for like $40, that's one conversation. But if you're saying that it's a budget title and you're selling it for $70, that's a different conversation. And by the way, I'm having fun with the game. But naturally, I was given a review copy. It's very easy to have fun with a game when you have a review copy.
When you don't have skin in the game.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
so
when you don't have
like,
skin in the game, it's a little easier for you to enjoy it and not really worry about how much you know, because you didn't spend any money on it.
I'm enjoying it, but at the end of the day, it's my job to inform my community. So
yeah, of course.
That's what I did.
Yeah, I mean, you want to be as transparent as possible. Otherwise,
yeah, exactly.
you know, you don't want to come off dishonest. The one thing that I will say though is that like looking at like some of the games that like Team Ninja's made in the past, like they've never really been all that like.
They haven't, but
like
for instance,
viewed like beauty wise, they've never been a big.
Yeah.
You know.
But in my opinion, I think that Neo 2 and Wo Long look better than this. But I've had a lot of people disagree with me, and I'm like, oh, it's fine. That's just the way how I feel. It's whatever. I have nothing against people, and I hope that whoever gets the game, I hope it's exactly what they want. I hope they all have fun. Because there's even been some feedback that I've gotten of people saying like, oh, you're just going against the game. You want this game to fail against Dragon's Dogma 2. And it's like, why? Because I don't want us to have two good games. I want us to have one bad and one good one. That's stupid. I want us to have as many good games as possible.
Yeah, of course. That's the aim for any of us. All we want as many games as we possibly can play, because if I can't play it right now, I can play it later, right?
Exactly.
Yeah,
that's all I want. I want good games.
I didn't know about the price point. If they're charging, what is it, $69.99?
I think so.
If it's $69.99, like that's way too high of a price for a game that doesn't deliver on both. If it can't deliver on both of those, and one of my biggest worries, I get a lot of pushback on this because I'm not like a really big. I like open world games. I don't like open world game mechanics because so many of them just use the exact same thing that Ubisoft has been chucking out for years, and I'm exhausted of it. It's just boring. It's literally filler content. I think one of the things that I brought up a while ago was like one of the things I really appreciate about Dragon's Dogma 2 and Itsuno is he's like, well, you know, traveling from A to B is only a problem if your world isn't interesting, if your game's boring, right? And so many games are designed around fast travel and designed around all of these like bloat mechanics in open world games that there's just no imagination, which, I mean, from what I've heard from a lot of people who have got hands-on with Dragon's Dogma 2, that's not the case.
I mean, I only got to play for like 3 hours, so it's a very limited experience.
Yeah, but it seems like for most people, that limited experience of 3 hours has been pretty good for everybody.
It was friggin' awesome. I had a blast.
Yeah.
I absolutely loved it. It was I even tested out some vocations, which it's interesting because the preview build was set up for people to play the Magic Archer and the Mystic Spearhand. So I asked them, but can I just respec? And they're like, yeah, you can do whatever you want. I was like, okay, so I'll play what's it called? The Trickster. I'll play the Trickster because nobody seems to be talking that much about that besides the IGN preview we got. And it was interesting playing that vocation. I also played a little bit of Fighter. I believe that Eric's Gaming played Sorcerer as well because we were in the same preview. So yeah, it was a lot of fun.
Cool. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Mystic Spearhand's been definitely interesting me. I saw some like the teleporting stuff, and I'm like, oh, a little extra movement isn't.
Dude, I used the teleporting stuff to navigate the map. So like you would have locations where you'd have a cliff, but you could see the other side.
Yeah.
And so I would use the gap closer teleportation thing to jump onto the other side.
That's sick. I like that. I like the idea of being able to use that kind of stuff. You know what I mean? To be able to like traverse in the game, and it's not just something that's just locked to, it's not something that's just locked to combat specifically. I think one of the things is that I'm really interested to see with how there ends up. There's a lot of hype around Dragon's Dogma 2 right now, and I'm wondering if people's expectations are similar to a Elden Ring experience and not what Dragon's Dogma is, because I feel like less people have obviously played Dragon's Dogma versus Souls games.
Yeah, I'm kind of concerned a little bit about what people are expecting, because, for instance, the story in the original one, even though it was an interesting story, it took a while to get going. There was that. It almost feels like, you're playing the game and there's a bit of story at the beginning. I'm talking about the first one, right?
Yeah.
There's a bit of story at the beginning, and then there's like that kind of spot in the middle where you kind of like get completely lost and you have no idea what's going on. And then closer to the end, things become more clear. But it was kind of weird. Like, I feel like the team didn't really get to do everything they wanted to do with the original Dragon's Dogma, which is a shame because it was really, really fun.
Yeah. Well, the thing is that I brought this up. I've made a couple videos on Dragon's Dogma 1 and then another one on Dragon's Dogma 2. And like one of the things that I recognized very quickly with Dragon's Dogma 1 is that it was a game way ahead of its time. Way ahead of its time.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Because that you could tell there was so much more they were trying to fit, but just the console generation at the time couldn't handle it.
Dude, that thing was running on a PS3.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
So wild looking back at that. How do you make a world so big with all these crazy shenanigans happening and you just put it on a PS3 and it's fine?
Yeah, because that was one of the things I remember when I was playing Dragon's Dogma 1, one of the things that I was taken aback by was like things would happen and I didn't know they were happening. Like people in chat would end up telling me, oh, you missed that quest. I'm like, what? And they're like, oh, well, this one person was traveling to this one place and, you didn't go to save them. And I'm like, so what, they died? And they're like, yeah. And I'm like, what? This game is not, this game's like, how old? What are you talking about?
There was a lot of quests that you could fail just because of that. Not to mention that most people ended up in a romantic relationship with the armor guy because they would keep giving him gifts to lower the prices of the weapons. And then at the end of the game, here's your romantic interest.
Yeah.
Their masterworks all. You can't go wrong.
I had a I had a bit of a I had a problem with my ending because I was not expecting the one that apparently my beloved.
Who was your beloved?
I did the quest for the little girl to help her out.
Me too.
That was one of the only ones that I did. It was one of the only side quests that I actually got. And then all of a sudden they're like, and your beloved. And then all of a sudden this child comes running out and I'm like, no,
Exactly.
no.
She's a little bit on the young side. Got to be careful with that type of stuff, Japan.
Yeah.
Like, what the hell's going on? Yeah, the same thing happened to me. I think it was Celine, right? That was her name?
Yeah. 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 The easiest romance. Yeah. So I don't know, man. I'm looking forward to it. I've been following the game basically since their initial announcement. I haven't. Have you put a video out with a take on it yet, or no? With like your experience with the preview?
Yeah, I put a video out.
I need to go and actually watch yours. I watched Max.
Yeah.
And yeah.
Mine, I actually kind of like, I scripted it, which I usually don't do scripted videos. And you could tell because like there's a lot at the beginning of the game where I was just talking about, oh man, I did this trip and I went to London and I got to hang out with everybody. And I was like, the funny thing was eventually Ratatosker was reacting to it. So I was watching his reaction and then I'm watching him watch my video and I'm thinking to myself, God, I'm so stupid. Look at the amount of intro time you wasted on this video. You idiot.
Yeah. Not enough substance.
Yeah, exactly. You need that hook at the beginning. I should have talked about the trip at the end.
Yeah.
I messed it up.
Yeah, no, I'll have to watch yours because I watched Max and I think I watched somebody else as well. But I think one of the things that struck me when I watched Maximilian's was he said he felt like this is Capcom's swing at making their own Elder Scrolls.
I mean, I always thought that this was way better than Skyrim because, like, I tried getting into Skyrim. I've never been able to get into it because the combat, in my opinion, is not good unless you're like playing ranged.
Chat, you guys will probably tear me apart for this. I do not like melee combat in first-person games.
Yeah.
Period.
I don't think anybody will tear you apart for that because I don't think it's usually very good. But in the case of Skyrim, I felt like it was way too simplistic, so I always struggled to get into it. On the other hand, I instantly clicked with combat in Dragon's Dogma. So I was like, man. So with the two, assuming that they've gotten like bigger budget and they're going to be able to pull off more crazy stuff with the quests, I think this is going to be significantly better than Elder Scrolls. But, you know, there's going to be people that are going to be fans of Elder Scrolls that will always prefer that over everything, which is fine. But to me, Dragon's Dogma is way cooler. I mean, just the crazy stuff that you can do. You can climb on top of monsters. Like, there were people getting flown off in the Griffin, because apparently the Griffin now can just go anywhere. So if you can grab on long enough, it'll just keep going with you. And they changed the mounting. The mounting system is so cool now because in the previous one, you always had to stay grabbed on. And this one you can let go if you're on a stable enough surface on the monster. It's like if you're on top of a dragon, you don't have to be grabbed on. You can just stand on it and start doing attacks. And it's so cool.
Yeah, I've seen some of that where people are like standing on top of the head and doing like combos and stuff like that. I think that looked really good. I also one of the things that I'm wondering if people are going to get hung up on or not, because a lot of people haven't played a game like Final Fantasy XIV, right, where you can play as every single job. I know some people are kind of hung up on the idea of the game not having multiple save files, but you can play as every vocation.
Yeah, you can play as every vocation, but some people just like having different characters and whatnot, and I can understand that. It is a little bit frustrating. But I think the main reasoning behind that, and I'm not sure, it's not like anybody's confirmed this to me or anything, but I think the main reasoning behind that is because of your pawn. They want your pawn associated with your account, and they want you to have only one pawn so that people can rent your pawn, because the pawn is a big deal.
Right.
And having multiple save files would probably be annoying with that stuff. I think the pawn is the main reason why there's only one save file.
Yeah, I guess that's probably just from like a data and server perspective, maybe, or something like that. To have that many people renting that many pawns, too many iterations of that is going to cause probably some issues for players in some way, shape, or form.
There are workarounds though. So like if you're playing on PlayStation or Xbox, you can just create like a free account and you use the game from the other account because the account is locally on your console, so any account on that console can play it, and that's another save file. And on Steam, you can just create another Steam account as well, and then share your library with your secondary account, and that's another save file there. But it is annoying that you're doing all these workarounds and whatnot.
Yeah. I don't know. I think we'll end up seeing exactly how people take it. I'm gonna be interested. I have a video kind of talking about some stuff that I'm gonna end up doing this week that I think is gonna kind of at least drum up some conversations and some different perspectives and stuff, because it's been kind of weird to see that like a lot of the Dragon's Dogma community, like and I'm not talking about the people that are that have played Dragon's Dogma 1. I'm talking about just the actual Dragon's Dogma community, which, by the way, is one of the more active older game communities that's been around. But like they've been kind of up and down on the game a lot.
Yeah, one of the things that I've noticed is that a lot of people are talking about the number of skills, which I think is a little bit uninformed, because in the previous Dragon's Dogma, right? You would have your I don't know if you usually use controller, because I don't know how it worked on mouse and keyboard, but on controller, like, you would have your left bumper, and then 3 faceplate buttons would be skills. And then you'd have the right bumper, and another 3 faceplate buttons would be skills. So you'd have 6 skills total per vocation, with the exception of the warrior, who for some reason got shafted and only got 3 skills. Not exactly sure why that was.
Yeah.
But so every character had 6 skills. And this one is not going to work like that, because what's going to happen is every vocation has 4 skills that you can bind, and you access it by using left bumper, but then right bumper becomes a class action skill. And a lot of people just became hyper fixated on like, oh, it's 4 skills, so it's a downgrade. But like, just to give you the example of the Mystic Spear Hand, which is the vocation I've played the most. Okay. So the class skill for the vocation Spear Hand, basically it just fires off a small bolt, which is supposed to flinch enemies, but it can be charged. And when it's charged and you fire off the bolt, then the enemies also become slowed. And when you charge it and you fire off the bolt, if you then press the button again, just as your attack is hitting the enemy, it creates a little explosion, and then every enemy around that enemy becomes paralyzed.
Oh, wow, that's cool.
If instead of that, when you charge up your attack and you fire the thing, and as it's about to hit the enemy, you press cross, then your character teleports to the enemy, which is, by the way, what you see in the Vocation trailer for the Mystic Spear Hand. Okay, you actually see him do that because he teleports to the Griffin. Right?
So yeah, so the class action is tied to the abilities as well.
Not necessarily abilities, it's just this particular class action has all of these different elements to it, right? But then on top of it, in the case of the Mystic Spear Hand, the skills can also be used from the air, which is the second thing that you see in the class trailer for Mystic Spear Hand, which is he does this little bolt, then he teleports to the Griffin, and then he uses a weapon skill, which shoots him up and then stabs him down on top of the Griffin. Which is something that you do, and people probably just think, oh, that's a skill. No, that's a combination of his class skill with a weapons, his class skill with his specific variation of using cross to teleport, with a weapon skill immediately afterwards to do really all cool. Of that fancy stuff. There's also a skill that I've seen, because somebody uploaded all the skills, despite the fact that I was told I wasn't allowed to upload menus, which was weird.
Yeah.
But somebody just uploaded all the skills. And so I was like, oh, I get to see some of the skills I didn't see. So there was also a skill wherein you can do that attack that they show there, where just kind of like teleports between the enemies. Yeah. That's one of the core skills that you get as well. So there's a lot of depth to the usage of the class skills that I think in some situations is going to be even more complex than having 6 weapon skills, which is what people seem fixated on. It's like, oh, the previous one had 6. This one has 4. It's a downgrade. It's like, no, because this one has the class skill specific. And in the case, for instance, of the Warfare, I'm assuming that, which we couldn't play, by the way. I didn't get to play Warfare.
Of course not.
But the Warfare, I'm assuming that its vocation skill is going to be something to swap between the different vocations that you're going to have available to yourself. So who knows how many skills that involved and how that relates to like core skills and augments and all of that stuff.
Yeah.
So there's quite a bit more depth than what people are making it out to be.
Yeah, I think the other thing is too is that for a lot of people that haven't played like Dragon's Dogma 1, one of the things that I think is kind of lost in translation is that it really isn't a game necessarily about your abilities. Well, it can be, because you want to try to make sure that I think a really good example is this is like I played Mystic Archer, right? In Dragon's Dogma 1. And
Magic Archer.
Yeah. So and in that game, a lot of the times you're switching out a lot of your skills because certain skills are better for use in certain situations against certain kind of monsters in certain kind of areas. And that's one of the reasons why Dragon's Dogma is such a really cool game, because it's not just like I'm always using these skills. Because when a lot of people think about action games, they, you level up your abilities, you level up your character, you get the best skills available, and then those are the only skills that you use. But Dragon's Dogma did a really good job of giving us a reason, a context to why we want to use different abilities in certain situations. Just to give chat an example, to give you guys a little bit of a window, like when I played the Mystic Archer, there's an ability called Ricochet. Well, Ricochet is useless if I'm out in the open world. It is absolutely insane if I'm fighting monsters in caves. So having abilities that have that kind of flexibility in different use cases make players switch between different abilities, picking different kinds of things that suits very specific scenarios in the game. And it seems like that's the same kind of philosophy that they're going to cross over with this. And it also feels like the game has a little bit of, is it just me, or does it feel like it looks like it has some like Monster Hunter spice that they threw in there, like some more like at least philosophies from the Monster Hunter team in some way.
I mean, I feel like the original also had that a little bit. So
yeah,
but yeah, this one clearly will have even more of that, simply because they have more freedom as to what the monsters can do. Like the whole thing about they showed in some gameplay session where the griffin would attack them, and then they went and they camped out, and as they were camped out, the griffin went back and attacked them because it ran away from the first fight, and it's the same griffin goes back and attacks them again. And I thought
that's super cool.
Things like that is really cool. Like, for instance, in my case, the developers have said that the monsters, they're not scripted. So I ran outside of town. I run into 2 Cyclopses, and I'm just like fighting these 2 Cyclopses, and literally out of nowhere, a griffin just shows up, and suddenly it's a big mess of 2 Cyclopses and a griffin. And I'm fighting them for so long that nighttime comes, and for some reason, the 2 Cyclopses just decide they've had enough of the Griffin's nonsense. They just start wailing on him. So the 2 Cyclopses gang up on the Griffin. I'm just watching this. I'm like, what's going on? They're not even fighting me anymore. They're just beating on this Griffin.
Yeah. I really like because like outside of, like I said before, outside of Maximilian Dude's video, I haven't really watched too many other people's opinions on their hands-on preview. But one of the things that I really liked that he brought up was he's like the idea of just like emergent gameplay of the game, where it just feels like there's not a lot of direction, and the game just kind of lets you do whatever you want, or not lets you do whatever you want, but the game just kind of, it doesn't really direct you, but things just happen. And I think I really appreciate that, especially back when I was like beginning of the conversation, we were talking about like Suno saying that the traveling between spaces and not having a lot of fast travel, it's only a concern if your game is boring. And I kind of understand where he's coming from with that, with apparently how much stuff happens in between spaces for players.
Yeah, I definitely felt like that. Not to mention that fast travel. Again, this is based on the 3 hours that I had to play, but fast travel didn't really seem like too much of a problem because I saw ox carts multiple times, and it just seems like they would spawn so long as you're close enough to a road. An ox cart will spawn. It's just a dude going through, and you can just sit on the ox cart, and the guy's gonna ask you for money. You pay the dude, and then he's gonna tell you which city he goes to. I'm assuming it's probably the closest city to the location that you're in, because once you're in a city, you can grab an ox cart to a different destination. But I would assume, like, for instance, say there's 4 or 5 cities, right? And if you want to get to the city that's the northernmost, you'd probably have to take ox carts between 2 or 3 cities before you actually get to your destination. You can't just, like, Like, for instance, you don't just grab a flight from Portugal to, I don't know, some faraway place like Tokyo or something like that. You probably have to do some layovers.
Yeah.
So I think that's going to be kind of like the vibe that they're shooting for. And the thing is, initially, I didn't really understand how the ox carts worked, because I was looking at it and I didn't really get exactly what the mechanics were. But the thing is, you jump in the ox cart, after you pay the guy, you can just hit triangle and your character dozes off. And it's pretty much fast travel. It's not like you're sitting in the ox cart waiting for him to take you there. You just press a button and he teleports you there.
Cool.
However, there's a chance that that teleport is interrupted by a monster, and then you have to fight, and then you have to get back on the ox cart.
Yeah, we've seen that. We've seen that shown off in some of the demos, right? Where they showed what is it? They showed somebody being attacked by like an ogre or something like that while they were traveling by ox cart.
Yep.
So
Dude.
yeah, that's cool.
Ogre drop kicks, I love those so much. It's I saw a random, because you know that there's random pawns wandering the world, right?
Yeah.
I saw one of those get deleted by an ogre drop kick. It was hilarious.
So, and
He
I
was
think
just coming in. He's like, "I'm coming in to help," and the ogre's like, "I think not."
I think that that's something that's going to surprise a lot of people when it comes to this game, because it's something that I kind of noticed. It's something that I noticed, or I appreciated that they brought up before, where they talked about how the world reacts to itself. So these monsters, ogres, griffins, etc., like they can easily pat themselves into a village and just start attacking people.
Yeah, I didn't test that, but yeah, I've been told the same thing. Here's another interesting thing, because I'm watching the footage on your stream and I just got reminded of a mechanic. They actually say it there, grabbing larger foes in battle. You can actually trip them, like you can grab onto a Cyclops' legs and push him so that he falls down.
What?
Instead of just grabbing on to climb. Yeah. If you actually go back on that footage that you were seeing, they explained the mechanic in the graphic that shows up. You can just straight up grab them in the legs and then push them. I only did that to a golem because one of the people over there at Capcom was telling me, "Oh, you can grab on his legs and it will knock him to the ground." I was like, "What? That's new. I haven't seen that."
So like hitting him in the back of the knee will like mess up his balance and knock him over.
You don't hit him. R2 is the grab button, so you actually just grab him and you push him like, you know, an interactable, you know, like how you push items around in some games.
Yeah.
That's the thing.
Oh, you mean like in Final Fantasy VII when I need to clean up the Mako?
No. Exactly that. So yeah, but you just grab onto their legs and you push them, and they fall down. It's really funny.
I remember playing that Final Fantasy VII demo, and I'm like, really engaging gameplay here, Square Enix.
Yeah.
And I'm like, when they made me do it a second time, I was like, Jesus Christ.
So you think you're gonna play the Magic Archer again, or are you thinking about playing a different Vocation?
Do you know what? I really wanted to play Warrior in the first Dragon's Dogma, and I never did. So I might do that in this one. I mean, being big sword wieldy boy kind of sounds fun, but Mystic Spearhand looks so damn sick.
Mystic Spearhand's a Jedi Knight, dude. I love it.
Yeah, I definitely get the Jedi energy from that. It does look really cool. I don't know. It's gonna take a little time to figure out what I'm gonna do, but chances are I'm probably gonna play it all, right?
But like, to give you an idea with the Magic Archer thing, so you're gonna get a special arrow that resurrects pawns and heals them.
What?
So if they die, you just sort of shoot an arrow, resurrect them.
Hell yeah. I always love shooting my enemies to heal them.
No, it only locks on to pawns, so it works fine. But there's another arrow that you can shoot that's like a drone strike arrow almost, where you shoot the arrow and then you control it.
Yeah.
Like it actually shifts to the perspective of the arrow, and then you can aim it to wherever you want. That's also really cool.
Hell yeah. I get to feel like God damn it. What's her face from Heroes of the Storm? She's the healer that shoots the sniper rifle. She's from Overwatch, I think.
Nova?
No, Nova's the actual sniper. I'm talking about the healer. There's the one that used the healer sniper.
Anna?
Anna.
Is it Anna?
Yeah, I think it's Anna. Yeah.
Haven't played.
Yeah,
somebody in so long.
Somebody gets hit and I just bam, hit him with an arrow real quick. I like that.
The one thing that I think one of the most surprising things to me is like the Trickster Vocation, because initially when you first see gameplay of it, you think, oh, this requires so much setup. Is this actually going to work properly? It is so fun.
Really?
Like I was real. The thing is, Mystic Spearhand is much more my style, so that's probably going to be what I play. But I actually had a lot of fun with tricks. So like everybody in the office was just laughing at the dumb stuff that I was doing with it. So like, for instance, my pawns were getting completely destroyed by a pack of goblins because I wasn't used to playing as a trickster. You're not supposed to like jump in ahead of all the other pawns, right?
Yeah.
So my pawn, I run ahead, and then my pawns all start getting overwhelmed, and they're dying, and I'm getting the crap beat out of me. So what I do is I summon that simulacrum thing that you can do, and when you summon the simulacrum, everything that you do gives aggro to the simulacrum. And so I move a little bit away, and then I summon another simulacrum because I gain some distance, and I move even further away. And then I go into that meditative state where he does the astral projection thing.
Yeah.
And then I move myself above the goblins where they can't reach. And then I press a button and a simulacrum teleports to where my astral projection is. So the goblins are all just sitting there looking at the simulacrum of the sky, and they can't do anything. And in the meantime, I'm just running around, resurrecting my pawns with all the chill in the world. And then they're all resurrected. Then I start killing the goblins again.
That's awesome. That's awesome. I like the idea. There's a lot of imagination in that. I wonder, have they given any hint to like whether or not they're going to like support it with further content after the game comes out, or do we think it's just going to be that much of a complete game? It's not going to be necessary.
They haven't told me anything. My experience with Capcom games, though, I would assume that they're doing something like an ultimate version later, kind of like what they did with Dark Arisen. But again, I don't actually know.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it also always depends on how popular the game ends up being at the end, right?
Yeah. One question that I have for you, because I'm curious, because this is one of the things that I've heard a lot of people complain about. How do you feel about the whole 30 FPS thing?
I play on PC, man.
Yeah, but let's put it like this. Let's say playing on PC is not an option. Let's say the only way you have to play this game is on PS5.
If I had to play the game on PS5, and it's so here's the thing. It's actually pretty easy for me to answer. I've been playing Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Obviously, the frame rate on Final Fantasy VII Rebirth is not fantastic.
I mean, if you're playing on quality, I guess, because like on performance, I thought it would run fine.
Yeah, on performance it runs fine, but I think with how much I play on PC, when it's a shock switching to a game that has a lower frame rate, like regardless, you know what I mean? Like it just there's a bit of
you're playing like 100 plus FPS all the
100 144 or 100 or 165 depending on the game, right?
Must be nice.
Yeah, so I'm not used to seeing any delay in my frames at all, right? And and there's areas in Rebirth that even on performance mode, like I mean, especially like not being able to turn off motion blur just enrages me.
Yeah, to me it's two things that always need to instantly be turned off is motion blur and okay, this really pisses me off. Noise filter. Yeah. Why in the world are we replicating a deficiency from like the 90s of film grain? What
film grain? Yep.
It's like, why are we replicating what was essentially a deficiency? Like, this was a problem. We had to deal with it because there was no other way. But why are we replicating this aspect of it? Are we insane?
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense to me. Yeah, film grain is definitely something that I always turn off. And the thing is too, like I like in general when it comes to console, I think one of the things that just really doesn't make any sense to me is like why they haven't given players more opportunities to be able to the game on screen is Dragon's Dogma 2. And I will be doing my pawn creation after this. One of the things that I will say is this: when it comes to like performance, one, I think that these games need to get with the times, and they need to start giving players more control over the performance of the game. That includes like quality of shadows and all that kind of stuff.
See, I actually don't agree with that for console.
Really?
Yeah, because to me, when it comes to console, like I think that what people in console are looking for is convenience and simplicity. And here's the thing, because for a while, I played most of my games on console, and people would always give me crap. Why don't you play on PC? Blah, blah. It's like, because I worked IT for multiple years. And I had to deal with constant requests of people about how their computer was slow, and I would have to go and I would have to fix it. About how, they had this problem about some random Windows bug that would crash or whatever. And I would have to go and try to recreate it and figure it out. So it's like when I wanted to play video games, the very last thing that I wanted to do was tweak around graphic settings, which most of the times the reason they're giving you problems is because the games are piss poor optimized. So
for sure,
you can even fiddle with the settings, and sometimes you're like, bro, I've put the graphics on minimum and there's no goddamn difference. This game is just freaking broken. Screw all this, right? So it's like when it comes to console, I think what a lot of people want is convenience, and to me it's just like, look, optimize your game to run as best as it can with the best visuals possible at 60 and call it a day.
I think
if you can't get the 60, then get it to the best you can running at 30 and call it a day. I don't want to have shadows and all of these different settings on console. I don't.
So I mean, I get where you're coming from. I think what console players probably want more than anything, actually just not even console players, I think it's just what gamers want more than anything. I get where you're coming from with convenience. That's definitely the expectation when you're going to play on a console, right? Convenience is obviously one of the reasons why you're doing it, that and affordability. But I think one of the things that players want more than anything is just consistency. There's no consistency. We get a game that looks, like from the player's perspective, you get a game that looks as visually impressive as one game as another, but one game runs at 30 and the other one runs at 60. And that's what's causing some of the dissonance within these player groups, that they're upset about it. I think that when it comes to a game like Dragon's Dogma, or even a really good example of this is also Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, is that I do feel like it's just the size of the game. Like, these games are just getting to the end of the console generation, and it's pushing the hardware to the limit.
Yeah, I agree. There's a lot of games that are already pushing these consoles to the limit for sure.
Yeah, so I'm a little bit more understanding when it comes to a game like this and it not being able to hit 60 frames on a console, because I look to see what kind of things are going on, and this is one of the things that I brought up before. I got pushback for this, I have no idea why, but one of the things that people don't really realize is it's not just what you're seeing on the screen that's being rendered. There's a lot, and especially in a game like this, there's a lot of things going on in the background. The other AI, the enemy AI, your pawns AI, all kinds of different things that are going on in the world, especially in a game that's as interactive and emergent as a game like this, that there's things that are going on that you don't even know that are happening in the background. And one of the examples I used was when Baldur's Gate 3 was trying to do their optimization to get working on Xbox Series S and X. One of the things they ended up discovering was there was a bug that was built into the game somehow that basically was recreating your crimes in the game over and over and over and over and over again, like cataloging like the crimes that you commit, like stealing things and stuff. And the game was cataloging all of those over and over and like replicating them, and it was causing frame issues. They ended up finding that, fixing it, and then it really helped the frames later on in the game. Things like that players don't see on screen are things that are happening that are hurting these games. And then bigger they are, and the more shit that's going on, the worse that they're going to run.
In this specific case, it's also calculating all of the heuristics for like 3 additional pawns, that each of them have different inclinations depending on the players they came from.
Yeah.
Or maybe some of the random pawns you found throughout the world. So there's a lot of calculation stuff going on as well. And the pawns can even interact with you. Like, for instance, my pawn is going to be a fighter, and he is going to have the shield springboard thing, so that me, as a mystic spear hand, I can be constantly jumping up in the air by having him use the shield thing on me.
Yeah, I'm so beyond excited for this game, man. I don't even know what to say anymore.
But basically, like, if your only option was to play it at 30 FPS, you'd still play it, right?
Yeah, of course I would. But just the same as I would play Final Fantasy or anything else, because like the game itself, I know it's going to be good. And also at the exact same time, like, unless it's genuinely game breaking, because we've experienced games in the past where frame rate issues are a real issue, because you can see frame skips, dips that are just... Final Fantasy VII Remake had that issue on PC, right?
What about
Go
What
ahead.
about Wild Hearts? You played Wild Hearts?
No, I did not, but I know that was a big issue for that game too.
No. So you don't understand what happened in Wild Hearts. So in Wild Hearts, when you got really serious frame problems, the game would actually go into slow motion so that the game wouldn't drop frames, it would just become slower.
Oh my god.
It was so bad.
Oh, that's so bad.
I was playing a parry-centric weapon too, so I was like,
Oh.
okay, I quit. I guess I'm gonna go play hammer because I can't parry when the
when the
friggin' frame is
when you go
always
into slow
swapping
motion.
around speed. It's so bad.
Yeah. So obviously, like, frame rates can cause an issue, a visual issue, but also gameplay issues. But
Yeah.
I think if it's locked and it's relatively stable, which many people have been saying that's the case for Dragon's Dogma 2 so far, if that's the case, then I think it should be fine. I think people are probably making too big of a deal out of it, especially for a game of its size this late into this late. I use quotations for that, late into this console generation. I feel like it's so early for this console generation to feel aged.
Yeah. It is a little bit early, but I think that there's also a situation going on where in some cases developers are also just going like, hey, what's the beefiest hardware that exists now? Oh, it's the 4090. Okay, let's just make it work for the 4090 and everybody else gets subpar. And it's like, whoa, bro, like, come on now. We gotta be reasonable. It's weird. I do feel like sometimes the developers don't put as much effort into optimization as they potentially could. But a lot of times they also don't have the time, right? Because we know the way that even though we've been having a fantastic year in terms of games, the actual professionals working in the industry have not been quite so lucky.
Yeah, that's true.
Anyway, I'm gonna let you get back onto the show, dude. I still
Yeah.
have some work to do and stuff.
Appreciate
Nice
you.
chatting.
Yeah, nice chatting. Appreciate having you on for a bit. You need to invite me over to your podcast sometime.
I'll be sure to do that whenever the schedule clears up a bit. Because, like, dude, right now it is insane.
Oh, I know. There's a lot to cover. Luckily for
I'm
me,
dying
I
to find, like,
get
a
hyper
minute.
fixated on the games that I love to play the most. So right now, that's what I'm doing. Like, I'm deep up inside Helldivers 2 until Dragon's Dogma 2 comes out. And I do still need to do something for Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, but I'm still chipping away at that. That game's fucking huge.
Yeah, I haven't been able to play Final Fantasy VII. It hurts so much because, like,
It's very good.
I know I was playing it right before, but what happened was I was trying to see if I could talk to Square Enix to see if they would get me the game just a little bit early so that I could work on content. That didn't happen, and that weekend when the game released was when I had been invited to go to the UK, and I was like, well, can't play Final Fantasy if I'm going to UK. So
No, you can't. No, you
Rip.
can't. Oh, I mean, you could have if it also came out on PC at the same time and you Steam Deck or something like that. You know what I mean?
I don't have a Steam Deck.
I kind of want one day, but I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, it's like I have a Switch. I play a Switch. That's it.
There you go. All right, brother. Well, I appreciate having you on.
No problem. It's fun.
Yep.
I'll see you later, dude.
Yep. See you later. All right, everybody. That was Rurikon. I'm gonna actually link you guys his YouTube channel if you guys wanna follow him at all. He's he's been a long timer around YouTube, and really good guy, really good chat. I really appreciate him coming by. Sorry, it took too much time for the show. Hey, man. I mean, it was either me talking to myself in chat or you talking with me. So they both work. They both work. Appreciate it. Thank you, man. Thank you. So yeah. Obviously, if you guys couldn't tell, I'm super fucking excited for Dragon's Dogma 2. Yeah, shields up, Iron Breakers. That's right. So yeah, it was a good chat. It was a good chat. I wasn't expecting to talk about Dragon's Dogma 2 that much. I was just gonna like pop. Well, I actually did kind of expect it because I plan on doing the. I want to do my character creator today before we do Helldivers 2. So I'm gonna pop on, check out the character creator, and then play Helldivers 2, which I should probably have downloaded the character creator first. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna do that while we cover some other stuff. I've seen like one of my friends put like so many hours, like an impossible amount of hours into just like the character creator. It reminds me of the Baldur's Gate 3 days where people were just like living inside the character creator. What's the new patch? Well, I'm actually going to talk about that now because I was going to try to pull that up earlier and I didn't pull it up. So I'll do that now. Here we go. All right, here we go. All right, so I wanted to look at the patch notes. So looking at the patch notes for Helldivers 2, it says, good day, citizens of Super Earth. A new patch to aid you in your efforts is coming. May Super Earth give you courage. Overview. Today's patch is dealing with the spawn rate of heavily armored terminated enemies, as well as the possible way to, as well as the possible play against them. It also fixes some UI issues and crash fixes. We love to see that. Balancing enemies. The amount of heavily armored targets that spawn on higher difficulties, especially for terminids. Okay, so actually it was both that they adjusted. So it wasn't just the terminids, but they said especially for terminids. Have been a big discussion point online and internally. The intent for the groups, the intent is for groups to bring some form of anti-tank capability, but not to the degree previously needed. To that end, we've reduced the spawn rate of chargers and bile titans on difficulties 7 and up. In addition, we have also reduced the risk of spawn spikes of chargers and bile titans. So if you guys, I mean, it's not if you guys know, everybody's probably noticed at one point or another that like lately there would be these weird spawn spikes out of nowhere where we would just get absolutely hammered with chargers and bile titans. Last night when I was playing, we got hit with it pretty hard. There was one moment where there were 5 chargers at once out of nowhere. And then a bile titan and then another bile titan. So there's like 2 bile titans and 5 chargers. And it was just, that's a lot to deal with because even with support weapons, you only have so much ammunition. And even with stratagems, you only have so many ways to be able to deal with those kind of targets. Same thing goes for like trying to kite them, put them into the right kind of position and stuff like that. And, yeah, so it's one of those things that, needed to get fixed, needed to get approached. Whether or not this fix actually fully went through, I guess we're going to find out a little bit later. Yeah, 3 bile titans from 1 breach. Yeah, and stuff like that was it. We got 5 chargers from 2 breaches. It's like, bro, we only have so many ways to be able to deal with this. On top of all of the other enemies that were involved as well, right? It says, please note that we have changed the distribution of enemy types, not reduced difficulty. Expect other enemy types to appear in great numbers instead. So likely what they've done is they balanced this out. So instead of making it where there's like 5 chargers and 3 bile titans, there's probably going to be either, I'm hoping not more hunters. There's already enough hunters. Hunters are probably more dangerous, honestly. Hunters are fucking, God, dude, those things can leap from like downtown. High stalker horde. Well, I mean, stalkers only spawn from stalker nests, right? So they don't spawn randomly. So maybe like warriors, or what's the other one? Brood commanders? Probably more brood commanders. Which I'm gonna be honest, like brood commanders are a pain in the ass too. Because brood commanders, you'll take out like 2 of their legs and their head and they're still coming for you. Have you guys had that happen to you? I took off one, only had 1 leg and it was still like, motherfucker, I can't kiss you. Yeah, they summon more ads too. Yeah. Arc thrower seems to be OP because you don't need to worry about ammo. The problem with the arc thrower is that Like, the arc thrower doesn't kill them fast enough, and there's far too many times that it arcs to your friends. I run LMG, and laser drone makes it easy. Yeah, LMG would probably be really good. I wish... Maybe I'll run LMG today. Maybe I'll be the LMG guy. I was either going to do LMG, or today I was going to do recoilless rifle. Because I felt like it'd be really good to be able to have somebody in the group that can take care of the waves, like the smaller enemies. And I have pretty good aim, so I would be pretty good at being able to take out like a lot of the smaller enemies and just delete that while my teammates are using heavier weapons. And I think like specializing myself to take care of waves is probably the better route to go, because most players lean on getting the big stratagems anyway. So it's probably not a bad idea to do something like that. Grab like napalm, airburst, and laser. What would be a really good like small enemy clear? Minigun Sentry is now OP. Yeah, Minigun Sentry would actually be pretty good too. We are humbled by the community's ability to find things like the Charger's leg meta in our game. However, spending your heavy tank weapons on legs instead of the obvious weak points seems counter to expectation. We are not changing anything regarding to the Charger's legs. We are, however, lowering the health of the Charger's head. It should now be at a point where a well-placed shot from a recoilless rifle or EAT-17 instantly kills a Charger. This is a absolute W change. This is an absolute W change, because you're not taking away the way that we've been killing these, like killing them. So we still have that option if we need to go to it, but we have another way to be able to deal with them that's even more effective, but requires more skill. So we can one-tap them if we're accurate enough, right? But we can still kill them the same way we always have if necessary. I love that change. That is such a damn good change. That's the kind of thing that they need to do moving forward, especially when it comes to weapons and when it comes to anything else. But this mentality here is exactly what they need to work with from here on out. I love that idea. I love how that works. Did you play Valheim? It's a random question. Yes, I've played Valheim. I played a lot of Valheim, actually. How much? 208 hours of Valheim. Is that good enough for you? Is that good enough for you? Together with the unfortunate undocumented change of the last patch that armor penetration ability. Hold on. My brain just froze on that one. Together with the unfortunate documented change of the last patch that increased the armor penetration ability of less well-placed EAT-17 shots and recoilless rifle shots, Chargers should be easier to handle by well-equipped groups. This is what they're really trying to push, guys. I've been saying this. This is what they're trying to push. This is what they want. Well-equipped groups. That's not everybody running one weapon. That's not everybody running the exact same stratagems. That's not anything like that. This is a group that is playing together, that is trying to take on the most challenging content in the game. And the only way that you're going to be able to accomplish that is by making sure that you guys are doing your best to have a varied loadout to be able to deal with a lot of different things. Do you think that it is better to play a support role in Helldivers 2 when playing with randoms? Probably, because chances are randoms are going to be leaning on, you know, more commonly used weapons. I mean, you guys, let me do a temperature check. How many times do you guys hop in with randoms and they are running they're running stratagems like the rail cannon, orbital strike, laser, orbital strike, 500 kg, and then an arc thrower, or I don't know, maybe a railgun. Yeah, ones in chat if that's what you guys see. Ones in chat if that's what you guys see most of the time. Grenade launcher, that'd be another one that I'd see a lot of people use. I feel like that's what I see most players that I hop in. Most players have that kind of loadout or relatively close to it. Every once in a while I'll see, you know, people bring, maybe they'll bring like a mortar, like a EMS mortar or something like that. Yeah, there you go. There you go. Basically what I kind of thought. So, if you were to play with randoms, it's probably better for you to try to lean on being more of a, when I say like a support role, would be somebody that's there specifically to like try to take care of the waves. Because I feel like the waves themselves, like the smaller enemies, are the ones that are really screwing up players more than anything else. Bile Titans and Chargers usually can go down relatively quickly if it wasn't for all the small enemies. So if you have somebody that's out there that is bringing, like, I don't know, I'd take a loadout that have, like, you know, bringing extra grenades, you know, maybe a machine gun, things to take care of smaller enemies, air burst, stuff like that. I love running Stalwart and Pugs. Yeah, that'd be pretty good. Most of the time I start solo, so I plan on nobody joining to cover as I can. So no loadout is usually pretty similar. Well, I mean, that's a really unique situation. The game isn't designed around you solo players. Recoilless rifle with smoke grenades and napalm strikes with turrets and mechs. Yeah. Gameplay, electronic countermeasures, operation modifier. Which had a chance of giving players random stratagems instead of the ones that you input, has been removed in order to be reworked. W. Big W change. Big W change. Yeah, because this right here contradicts. It contradicts with I kind of like counterdicts better, honestly. This contradicts with this contradicts with what they were saying before, when they're saying use your stratagems and make sure you're using your stratagems better to make sure that you're dealing with some of the armored enemies and etc. That doesn't really make a lot of sense when you guys are giving us random stratagems. You know what I mean? Doesn't make a lot of sense when you're giving us random stratagems. What the hell am I supposed to do when there was three Bile Titans on the screen, and you know, we just fought another 4, you know, a few minutes ago, and it doesn't help that we're also trying to kill them, and you know, we're gonna waste all the rest of our stratagems trying to get the one that we need to be able to handle them. So yeah, this is a big W change. I dislike reduced stratagems. So the thing is that I don't mind reduced stratagems. But the thing is that you have to, the problem with the reduced stratagem modifier is that the game isn't balanced around it. As it stands, the game's not balanced around it. And I feel like that's a modifier that would require some balance around it. You know what I mean? So yeah, that's all I can say. I don't really know. Remove all modifier. No, I don't know about all that. And you know what? Somebody else, I think I saw somebody bring this up on Reddit. One of the things that somebody else asked for was like, why are there never any positive modifiers? And that's actually true. Like, I think it would be kind of nice to have like a positive modifier every once in a while. You know what I mean? Like, give us the power fantasy here and there. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I don't think that there's anything wrong with having a positive modifier every once in a while. I think that'd be kind of cool, right? You know, you drop in and we have, or like, but maybe you get an extra, maybe you get an extra stratagem. or like a bonus to samples collected, a bonus to requisition slips or XP, stuff like that. I think that'd be really cool. Increased magazine size. I don't know. I'm just making shit up at this point. That one doesn't really make any sense, but like increasing like high quality samples or something like that. Like you get a modifier that when you drop onto a planet, you have an increased rate to get, you know, higher quality samples or something similar to that. I think that would be really cool. We had an extra mech modifier. Yeah, but they need, I think having like random positive modifiers wouldn't be a bad thing either. I want another double XP weekend. I want to live on double XP. So I think that would be a pretty good like a pretty good idea or something for them to be able to dance around with. It's not necessary to make the game better than what it is, to be honest. But overall, I think these are really good changes. And I think this is a step in the right direction. And this also kind of tells me that they think that a lot of the other weapons are kind of in line. I think that they kind of are. Are there any weapons specifically that I think could use more work? I think the flamethrower could use some extra range. I think the flamethrower could use some extra range. I think that would be nice. Try to think if there's anything else. Maybe a little bit of, maybe like a little bit of change. Maybe like a little bit of change with some of the primaries, especially so like I have zero interest in the weapon that's at the, what is it, the what's that weapon at the very bottom, the very last weapon that you can unlock in the standard warbond, the plasma gun. I think that's what it is. Yeah, it's like, it's got like 15 rounds. Like I was watching somebody use it, and it's just like reloading. I'm like, dude, good lord, man. Like, and actually, do you know what the other thing is that I would really like to see? And we'll probably never get it, but one thing that I would actually really like to see is a better indicator on screen for things like the railgun. I'd like to see a better indicator on stream for the railgun. Something to be able to, because the problem is like I have a really hard time sometimes being able to actually see, like unless I go first person mode, and then I'm left too vulnerable. You know what game had unironically the best UI of any game ever? Dead Space. Dead Space's UI chef's kiss. Chef's kiss. Having your health meter on the back of your character right here, having your ammo right on the gun. But obviously that's like a little bit like of a, you know, obviously much closer because it's kind of like an over the shoulder view rather than a true third person. But like having some of that information on the character rather than me having to look at any of the other elements on the screen. It does not get better than that. Man, the Dead Space remake was freaking amazing. It is really that good. But keep in mind, the Dead Space remake is just it wasn't nothing more than a fucking reskin. Like that game was literally that good back then when it came out. Some of the best, if not the best sound design in gaming ever. I still remember sitting in my mom's basement playing Dead Space 1 for the right after when it first released. And that one scene where like the tentacle comes down the hallway and like grabs your leg. Oh my god, I jumped out of my seat. I screamed like a little girl. I still love the railgun. I don't have any problem with the railgun. I think the railgun is really good. The only thing that I'll say is that like I just wish that there was a little bit better of an indicator for me to be able to tell like what my charge is at, because I've killed myself way too many times with that damn thing. I think I'm more or less trying to get used to the feeling for the charge rather than having to look for the charge. But I would like it better if the charge was easy, like more visible, so I wouldn't have to worry about trying to feel for it, if that makes sense. It also had the best commercials with "Your mom hates Dead Space." That's true. Yeah, I did actually really like that. I think that maybe they did change some of the maps. I'm not really too sure. I don't really remember. Do you remember playing Dino Crisis? Of course I remember playing Dino Crisis. I wish that they would make a Dino Crisis remake. I talked about that on the podcast or something like that. Dino Crisis, like 2 games that I'm not sure if they'll ever actually make a remake of, but I wonder why. Because like if they did, it's literally just like free money. Is Legend of Dragoon and Dino Crisis. Like those are quite literally, they're free checks. They're free checks. Soul Reaver, that's another really good example. Legacy of Kain is another good example. Like those games, it's a free check. You just have to come claim it. You just have to come claim the check. Just come and get it. You know what I mean? That's it. Just come get it. Just come take the money. It's already there. On controller, does the rumble? I don't play on controller. I play mouse and keyboard. Power Stone. You're after my heart. Power Stone is unironically a fantastic. Like it's. But the problem is, wasn't Power Stone made by Capcom? I don't think they would ever make. I don't think they'd ever make Power Stone again if that's the case. Yep. You'll never see it again. You'll never see it again. You'll never see it again. There's no way they make a Power Stone game. Because it's a even though people wouldn't really see it as, Power Stone is a direct like competitor to any fighting game. Maybe they would. I don't know. Do we want a bunch of remakes though? Here's the thing. It's not that I want a remake. I don't want a remake. I want a sequel. I want some of these. You know what? Actually, I take that back. I do want a remake. You want to know why I want remakes? Because I want these studios, in a lot of cases, Capcom doesn't need it. Capcom already makes great games. They don't need it as much as other studios do. Some of these studios need to get back to their roots. They need to go back, and they need to go back to these touchstone games that made them who they are. Relive, revisit, refocus, and understand what they need to do to make better games in the future. That's what I think. I think that remaking old games has an inherent value that gets people to start making better games. Or at least puts these companies on the right track to, especially because you gotta think about it. You know, look at a game like Final Fantasy VII Remake / Rebirth, and then whatever the next one will probably be. Probably Reunion. If I had to take a wild guess, the third game will be Reunion. You look at that, and it's giving these people the opportunity, like younger generations of developers that never got the chance to work on games like that have only been making games in, you know, today's game design world, right? The opportunity to go back and revisit those games and understand the core elements of what made those games so popular, successful, and enjoyable. And I'll be honest with you, I do think that Final Fantasy VII Remake and Rebirth definitely do touch back on the things that made Final Fantasy VII so massive. It does. And the cool thing about Remake and Rebirth is that it's a reimagining more than it is a remake, right? It's not a one-to-one. It's not a one-to-one. It's not even close to a one-to-one. I remember I was watching an Asmongold stream, and he was talking about how Final Fantasy VII Rebirth shouldn't be in the running for Game of the Year, and I'm like, oh no, it should be. It should be. There's no question. It's not like it's using the characters, it's using the theme, it's using, you know, the story somewhat, but it's a completely different game. It's a completely different game. I mean, even just looking at how the game plays, one's an action RPG and the other one is a turn-based RPG. Final Fantasy Redemption 2, Arthur versus Sephiroth. off topic, did you start? Yeah, I've been playing Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. I am on chapter 9 or 8, I can't remember. Hello, Solomon. Final Fantasy VII still holds up today. Of course it does. It's one of the best video game stories ever told. It's one of the best video game stories ever told. If I'm not mistaken, like Final Fantasy VII is what like popularized like the Japanese role-playing games in the US or in other markets. It was such a massive game. It was so huge. It was such a game changer. But you know the thing is, I liked Final Fantasy VIII more. I said it. Gunblades are sick. Don't even fight it. Yeah, we're not seeing FF8 ever again. No, there's no chance. I don't think they'll do an FF8 remake. If they were going to make a remake, they'll do either 6 or 9. Or 10. 6, 9, or 10. 10 is a big deal. 10's a big deal. 10 is where they really broke into, I think, like mainstream audiences. But they really were never able to capture that again. Because Final Fantasy X was a masterpiece too. For sure. For fucking sure. I just actually saw, speaking of Final Fantasy X, I just saw that Uematsu said that Tizanarkand was not supposed to be the theme song. It was a throwaway song that they put together last minute. That's fucking crazy. Seven and 10 are the mainstream darlings. They are for sure the mainstream darlings. For sure. I do feel like 9 has an audience. 9 has an audience. For sure. 8 is like an appreciated gem that isn't as appreciated as it probably should be in many cases. But that's a personal opinion. Remake Thief. Yeah, Thief was a really good game too. It does, just not mainstream, yeah. Blitzball was best FF minigame. Yeah, believe me. There's like there's a lot of people that would love to just play a straight up Blitzball game. Let's be real. I do like the fact that Square Enix has been listening to players, because apparently I guess they're starting to work on a they're looking into expanding on Queen's Blood in some way, which is smart. Just listen to the players. Let them tell you what they want. The other thing that we got hit with Helldivers 2 today. Divers, we have a new major order. The Terminated control system has been constructed. Holy shit! The Terminated control system has been constructed by Super Earth Armed Forces engineers on all barrier planets. However, the Terminids have swarmed across all 4 planets, forcing an evacuation. God damn, look how undemocratic they look. Fucking disgust me. So unpatriotic. The Helldivers are called to activate the TCS, Terminated Control System. Once activated, it will inoculate each planet with Termicide, quarantining the bugs permanently. Freedom-hating bugs. Terminated scum. Terminated scum. Absolutely disgust me. It's over. Oh, okay. Oh, there's one more thing I wanted to show you guys. There's something else that I saw today that I really liked. I'll find it. I'll find it. Where it be? I just love the way... I love the way that the CEO talks with players. I absolutely love the way that the CEO has been talking with players. This shit is so funny to me. So he says, I've heard rumors of flying bugs in Helldivers 2. I want to officially refute such preposterous claims. Everyone knows bugs can't fly. And I'm not alone in thinking this. The Ministry of Truth agrees that this is propaganda from bug sympathizers that want to brainwash good people. Hashtag lies. And somebody posted, the players can fly. It's like, went straight to heaven. It says, I'm beginning to question things, sir. The Ministry of Truth put out an official Super Earth patriotic artwork, and there are clearly flying Terminids in it. I'm worried about my family's safety as we are going cyber kiting this weekend. And it shows that in the original art, you can see flying enemies in the background. And somebody responded, low res. Those could be anything. Probably just swamp gas reflecting off an eagle. The fucking CEO says, this is a true patriot. Oh, man. Oh, this shit is so funny. It's gold. That's gold, man. That's gold. Salute CEO. I'm telling you guys, man. Like, if you want, if CEOs, gamers, you want to make a good game, make a good game, support that game, and then have fun. And then when you're having fun and your audience is having fun, everybody's having fun. Simple as that. You know? Imagine how it feels to sit in a seat like this man right here, this Chad right here. You got a game that exploded. You're swimming in cash. It's a game that you love. It's a game that you're passionate about, and your community loves it, and you get to joke around with them. And you're getting rich. Who could ask for more? That's the fucking life. That's the life right there. That's the life. I don't know if you guys saw this, but so I was watching Drew, Operator Drewski, and he played Helldivers 2 with Johan Pielstead, as well as the guy in charge of balancing. The guy in charge of balancing. I forgot what his name is. Patrick. And he played with Patrick. And he like recorded the gameplay of them just kind of like chatting and going back and forth. And in it, you know, they're talking about all kinds of things. And I guess one of the things is that like You know, in Sweden, you get like conscripted into the military. It's something that they have to have in place. So most of the people that are at Arrowhead have fired a shitload of different types of weapons. And that's the reason why the weapons feel so real in this game, is because like they know exactly how this shit works. So that kind of like a little bit of an insight there that I didn't realize. I thought that was really cool. $3:14:24. It's gonna be wild. What is that? Oh, isn't that the the first major content patch? Well, we don't know what's gonna be coming with it. I don't know if they're gonna do anything extra. What would they need to do? Anything, to be honest? Because they're bringing in like the new war bond, right? Steam just died. Can't establish connection with the game. Steam servers are down. Steam. That's why I got more viewers. Like, I can't. Is this guy playing the game? Like, clicked on me. Is he playing it? Yeah, it's Steam Tuesday, right? Yeah, it's just Tuesday. It's just was it server refresh? Yeah. Rumors fly, bugs walk. We know this. Yeah, see, that's the other thing too. I want to talk about this too. I'll be right back. I can take care of something real quick. All right, we good. We bait. We bait. Please no current day real life shit in a game that has nothing to do with it. Ain't that the fucking truth, brother? Ain't that the truth, brother? Did the game server just go down for anyone? Yeah, it's Steam. Every what is it? Every Tuesday on Steam they refresh everything. As far as re-racking and when reloading, the muzzleloader is an orbital support weapon. Default don't have hold open on an empty mag. Yeah, so one of the things that I've noticed, and I wonder if they're gonna fix it, like, is do you guys ever have it where like your guy doesn't finish reloading sometimes? It'll show empty mag and then you'll click the reload button again and then it finally like clicks. I think it's more often than Tuesday. Is it really? Double tap for reload. They got to do something about kicks. 40 minutes in, and I told a guy not to waste ammo on bugs. On bugs, you're flame. Oh, okay. So you're using like a, yeah. I mean, 40 minutes, 6th level. Yeah. So yeah. Here, this right here. So somebody says, I've been removed from matches due to using a single stratagem or a particular weapon that the host doesn't like. People will kick for the tiniest reason. On the upside, those matchups have been few and far in between, but frequent enough to be notable. And Peelstead, the CEO of Arrowhead Studios, says, this is so shitty, also very hard to solve. We have some ideas, but no conclusion. You know what? Let's try this. Hive Mind, do you have a design suggestion for how to improve this experience? Fuck, dude. Can this dude be any more based? Daniel, thank you for this. Thank you for the membership, man. Really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Can he like does he just wake up this based? Is like based in his coffee and he drinks that in the morning before he gets online? What is this? So what did people say? I'm actually really curious. Under the crossplay option, have a toggle for preferred play style, either hardcore or fuck it, we ball. Use whatever you prefer. This is a good one. Solve it before it's ever even a problem. I wonder, so like that's interesting. So like under your crossplay option, you could choose like whether or not like you're casual or hardcore. So it'll match you with players that would identify themselves as hardcore players versus players that are casual. He must drink pure liberty. That's what it feels like. That's what it sounds like. Yeah, I think I like that. I like this. Oh, that's Gathalion. Of course it is. So that makes sense. Yeah. That's actually not bad. That's not bad. I actually dig that. I dig that. It would be helpful if under recent teammates to highlight the person who just kicked you so you can block them in return and hopefully never get matched up with them again. Okay, that's not bad either. All right. Would it be possible to apply a way to penalize someone for kicking X amount of times within a given time frame? Say someone has 10 kicks within 30 minutes and it gets flagged. That's a good idea to track it through telemetry and create some sort of analysis. Thank you for your input. Yeah, okay. Yeah. I mean, that could be the problem is like if you're kicking like that often, there could be other reasons for that as well though, right? You know, I've had to kick teammates that were like bugged. How about the person you kick makes you lose all percent of your samples after you've kicked them with like 5 minutes within 1 day per se. I don't know exactly how something like that would work, because again, like going back to like what I said, like there are going to be some situations where it's not an unfair kick, right? So the problem is that we're always assuming that the problem is that we're taking kick and we're using kick as an all thing, where it's like anytime you ever kick anybody, it's a bad thing. Well, that doesn't necessarily mean that, right? Because you can get into matches where people are genuinely reducing your enjoyment of the game, right? You could get some troll, you could get somebody in your lobby that has a baby screaming in the background, you know, whatever it might be. I mean, technically you could just mute that one player, but you get what I'm saying, right? Like there's a few different ways. There's a few different ways that could go. Yeah, you can mute people, of course. Yeah. You could leave player feedback system. Yeah, I don't know if they really want to go that route, though. That's the problem. I've been kicked several times at the end of missions. Once, even on the score screen after the Pelican took off. It's incredibly frustrating after I spend 15 to 30 minutes for absolutely nothing. So far, it seems they do this because they can, because I was not underperforming. Not because I was underperforming. Yeah, not allowing kick at that point / giving rewards anyways would solve that. Yeah, so yeah, that's a smart choice. Just make it where people can't kick people at that point in the game. One option would be vote to kick. Conditional kick, interesting and innovative. Yeah, option to vote to kick is something we've used in other games in the past. That's a pretty smart way to do it. That's a very democratic way to do it, exactly. Yes. Yeah, that wouldn't be a bad way to do it. Maybe give it where the kick just mirrors the instance you are on. Migrates the player to that instance and then drop pods the person back into action. Oh, but then you just drop into a planet solo. So that would kind of suck, and you'd lose all of your rewards. I don't think something like that would work. Unsure of the name of the system, but I believe Destiny has filters for matchmaking so you can find like-minded players. People can list guides, leader, hardcore, casual. I'm sure you're aware of Bartle's taxonomy of players too. I did a degree in game design. Oh, okay. Yeah. So like, you know, picking like where players are going to plot on a graph and being able to do this. This is a good way of solving it before it happens. Yeah, there's a lot of really good ideas. I really respect the CEO for listening to community feedback on this level and genuinely asking for, you know, the community's feedback on this and trying to figure out what the best way forward is. And this is a really good way to get just a general public opinion on, you know, a temperature check on which ways that they think are going to be the best way to be able to control this kind of problem. Smart. It's smart, but it also shows a lot of respect to the player. And I think that's why I really appreciate that, because they're trying to include us in the future of the game. And I think that that's something you really need to do when you're making a live service game. You don't need to listen to everything that the players say. There's a lot of stuff, a lot of noise that you need to not listen to. We're not game developers. We're really good at showing you where issues are. We're definitely good at creating issues too. But we can at least point you in the direction that would feel the most comfortable for us to make the game fun to play. So I like this. I like this approach. I think it's smart. I wish more companies did something like this. Really enjoying Helldivers too, but in addition to the arc thrower straight up misses sometimes. Yeah, that make it happen.
Come to me, the night is dark. Come to me, the night is long.
Come to me, the night is dark. I think kicking is more prevalent in higher difficulties because of stress. Yeah. It is. It is. Players don't want their time wasted. I brought this up in that video that I was that actually the video that just came out today. When you have a game that it's not competitive, but when you have a challenging game that requires commitment from all players and coordination from all players to be able to accomplish a goal together, similar in the way that we will with World of Warcraft in raiding or Final Fantasy XIV in raiding, you're going to have players that are upset when one player is holding them back. You're going to have players that are upset. It's simple as that. If I was with, you know, a group of players, you know, right here on stream, and we had one guy that just kept dying over and over and over again, or kept killing all of us all over and over again, and it wasn't on purpose, it was just bad play, and we're on a higher difficulty, and we have a bunch of samples, and it's, you know, we're 30 minutes or 20 minutes into a mission, and the reason why we fail that mission is because of that one person. Yeah, you're gonna look at them and go, what the hell, dude? Like, come on, man. So of course you're gonna have that, but with that said, you know, you have to find ways to be able to combat that kind of thing. That's why I said before, like, sometimes kicking is understandable. Sometimes kicking's understandable. Maybe the guy's having a bad time of it. Maybe he's on it. But here's the thing, like, and I get where you're coming from, but why does that mean that the other three players need to have their time wasted? You know what I mean? So, like, in certain situations, there are going to be an occasion where players are justified in not wanting to have a player on their team. Let's be real. You're trying to enjoy yourself, but you're also trying to accomplish a goal. If you cannot accomplish that goal because somebody that's there is, like, literally the only reason why you're unable to accomplish it, if you had somebody else you would be able to accomplish that goal, then yeah, you're going to kick that guy. You're going to kick that guy. Let's be real. Like, there's no reason to pull any punches on that. It's not an asshole decision to make. You don't want your time wasted. You know what I mean? But that's not to say that if you see somebody hop into a match and they don't have the exact stratagems or whatever, like, I mean, try to do your part. But if you have somebody that is genuinely throwing, then yeah, I mean, like, come on, man. What, am I supposed to say drag their carcass along? Like, no, not necessarily. That doesn't need to be the point. Maybe the guy needs to learn that the difficulty is too high for them. But here's the problem. People have too big of egos. Just in general, humans have big ass egos. We all have a little bit of main character syndrome, okay? And we don't want to hear that we need to play on a lower difficulty. Hey man, you should play on an easier difficulty. Nobody wants to hear that. Let's be honest. Come on, man. Just being transparent. Just being transparent. I think I'm gonna give you guys a really spicy take. It's not spicy, actually. I think that Arrowhead Studios should make a difficulty bracket for the game. Not where it is currently, okay? Not where the game is currently. I think that the game needs to have a difficulty bracket that requires a pre-made team. No matchmaking. No matchmaking. You want to play on difficulty 10, 11, 12, like, just using this as an example. I'm not saying this is exactly what they should do for those difficulties. But you want to play on 10, 11, and 12, you have to have a pre-made. Best rewards in the game, all that good stuff, right? You're rewarded for having a pre-made to do it. You know, maybe some type of, like, unique reward from it. Whatever. You know what I mean? That's just like, because they want to make a game that's difficult. They want to make a game that's challenging. But the problem is that there's a direct conflict with that when you have random matchmaking at really high difficulties, because there are going to be players. I'm gonna give you an example of this. I was playing with a new player the other night. A friend of mine, trying to push higher level difficulty at level 5. Wanting to do like 7s and 8s. Because they had been carried up to that point, right? But they don't have the things necessary to be able to deal with the problems on those difficulties. You know what I mean? So it's like, or the experience. It's not even just the tools, it's the experience as well. You know what I mean? So you're sharing your stratagems and equipment. Well, I mean, it goes beyond that, though. It goes beyond that. It's the actual experience of knowing how to take down some of those bigger enemies, knowing how to do it within a good amount of time, knowing not to waste your time on certain things, not walk into enemy patrols, knowing to take your time, when to take your time, and when to rush objectives. There's a lot of different things that you learn, and you're supposed to learn in the lower difficulties. And a lot of players are breaking into the higher difficulties without having that context. And that's what's causing a bit of a dissonance with some of the players that are trying to play the game on higher difficulty. That's what my opinion is. And I think that it wouldn't be a bad idea for them to have even just a single difficulty. You know what I mean? Like a top tier difficulty that is locked at for a pre-made group. And to be honest with you, with how easy it is to find other people to play with in this game and in this community, that really wouldn't be a difficult thing to do. I like voice required matchmaking option and coordination. Yes, of course, things like that are also really nice to have. I think a really good example of this is like trying to run like strikes and dungeons on Destiny 2. Like there's puzzles and things like that, and there's a lot of context and gameplay context that you have to have before being able to attack that kind of content because of its difficulty level, and also like how much coordination is necessary to be able to, you know, tackle those kind of objectives in the first place. So I like, you're going to have some dissonance, some disconnect between players when you play at a higher difficulty, and you're gonna have players that are breaking in that are lower level that don't have the context necessary to be able to beat that stuff. Yep, once played 4th difficulty with 2 noobs, ended up with 3 chargers running around, noobs throwing mines, and yeah, exactly. So and that's the other thing too. It's like it's also like the different stratagems that they have, and even higher level players that do have the context and experience can't always carry in those situations, because again, we have limited stratagems, limited ways to deal with these kind of things. And especially when you're playing a game where more times than not, people probably aren't using microphones or using text chat, well, you're just not going to have people doing what's necessary to get it done, and it's going to lead to frustration between players. But I can't tell you, like, and here's the thing too, you know what? This is also a problem with how the game had launched initially, right? Because things got to be so easy for some players, including myself. I brought this up in one of my videos. The game did not feel challenging until I hit level 7. Which means I blew through the first 6 levels of difficulty without having a lot of like stratagems, experience. My level was still really low, and I jumped into 7s and was running 7s with a limited loadout. I probably shouldn't have been there. I probably shouldn't have been there. And what ends up happening too is when you end up playing with players that are more experienced, while sometimes those players can carry, you just end up getting led by your nose, and you don't know what actually is what's happening to make that mission successful, because you just don't have the context and you're not communicating to be able to figure that kind of stuff out. Sadly, I don't have a mic, but I use markers and pings more so. So here's the thing. So when I'm playing off stream, I have open mic, all that kind of stuff going. But the problem is that a lot of times players have their games muted. I'll ping stuff. I can't tell you how many times I've been playing with players that are where I've pinged things and they think that pinging means attack. So there's like enemy patrols, and I'm pinging it to say, hey, stay away from that. And they're like, stratagem going out. And I'm like, no, no, that's not what I want you to do. It's not what I want you to do. Stop going that way. I pinged like a Bile Titan, or no, what was it? I pinged a Spore Spewer. I pinged a Spore Spewer. And I'm just sitting there just like, you know, kind of sniping it from a distance, just putting some shots into it. And this motherfucker goes right after it. He just goes straight for it. And it's like, it's half the map away. I'm like, where are you going? Where are you going? Just stand here and shoot it with me. That's what I want you to do. But that's all you can get through with that kind of communication sometimes. Stalker kills him on the way. Yeah. Yeah. That stuff happens, man. That stuff happens. So like this is a problem that needs to be fixed in a way like Goliathan says, where players can toggle their preferred play style. But also, you know what else needs to happen? Personally, I'm gonna word this better. What do you guys think? What if matchmaking group players closer to their level? I often find that players are getting kicked because they don't have the context or experience of playing on higher difficulties that they have unlocked. I think that this would reduce friction between players. No, I play with a bunch of level 50s that have no clue on how to approach Helldive. Yeah, but the thing is that you're less likely to tell that to a level 50 Skull Admiral that farmed Annihilation. Fine. All right, guys. Fuck. You don't like my opinions. Actually, you know what? This wouldn't work. This wouldn't work. Because that's not how matchmaking works to begin with. Matchmaking works because you are already on a difficulty, and when you've selected a difficulty, you've clicked matchmake, and it matchmakes you on that difficulty regardless of level. So all that would happen is that you just put a bunch of like level 6s or 7s on 7 level difficulty, and they'd be like, oh fuck. You could change the difficulty to increase a requirement based on how many times people have cleared the difficulty before it unlocks. What about minimum level requirements for difficulties? Well, that's too bad. I'm the one with the camera and the microphone. So I don't care if you said it. I said it in a microphone, so it means more. The only difference is the stratagems. it's not the only difference. The only difference isn't the stratagems, it's also the experience of fighting as many the enemy types and stuff like that as well, right? Because what ends up happening is when you're a higher level, that means you've played the game more, which means you have more experience fighting different enemy types. You got to know where to shoot the baddies and how to dodge them. Yeah, if you're at that level, you have to. The only way you're going to get that way is by surviving and running enough missions that you've already dealt with many of the enemy types to begin with. And the thing is that what ends up happening is that the lower levels, like 4, 5, 6, 4, 5, and 6 do have, like, we'll just use Terminids as an example. They do have Chargers, they do have Bile Titans, but they have them in very limited amounts, right? So the players are getting experience fighting those, but not enough for them to go into 7, where all of a sudden you can get like 3 Bile Titans, or 8 or 9, where you can get a shitload of them. Finding like 1 or 3. I'll word it like that. Would minimum level requirements be a bad thing for higher level difficulty? Oftentimes, players are getting removed because they don't have the experience / context of fighting enough enemy types. Fighting 1 or 3 Bile Titans isn't enough experience to take on 3 Bile Titans. It's not even, because I don't want to tie it to the stratagems, because from their perspective, from the developers, what they would say is they would look at it and they would go, oh, well, you know, not every player needs to have all of the high level stratagems to be able to take on stuff, which they're absolutely true. You need to have more variety in, However, with that said, it's not necessarily the variety, it's having the knowledge and having the ability to be able to do stuff. Besides, at level 5, you get the EAT. That's all you need. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I wouldn't tie it to the stratagems. It's strategies more than stratagems. Exactly. That's really what it is. Bad take, super bad take. Tell me why it's a bad take. Because, like, I'm just giving you an example. I've played with multiple players at this point that have not had the experience to take on a lot of this stuff, so they have no idea. They're just throwing stratagems out there. They just see big boom, bang, bang. You know what I mean? Like, they don't have the context of, like, oh, wait, this game's a little bit more difficult at these higher levels. You know, what's the best way for me to try to tackle some of these situations, especially when you're put in a position in which there's, you know, a lot more of these enemies that you're fighting all at once. You are looking at the wrong direction. The kicks are not due to that. The kicks are due to toxic. No, not all of the kicks are due to toxic reasons. This is what a vitality. This is exactly one of the things that I talk about, and I say kind of frequently. I try to make sure that I'm seeing perspectives from a lot of different directions. I could look at kicking and say all kicks are just because of toxicity. That would not be the right take. because all kicks are not because of toxicity. There are some players that are justified in kicking people because they're wasting their time. I'm going to say it. There are going to be some justifications that there are players that are wasting other players' time because they're playing in difficulties that are far too difficult for them and they don't have the experience to play with those players. Read the following message. I read it. You said the kicks are for toxic players, not for meta picks, for meta saves. It is not the level thing or skill thing. Not but I don't. That's what I just responded to. Yeah, I messed up with the wrong strat for Bile Titans and just had to readjust and could see that I was getting kicked from higher level difficulty because I made a mistake. Yeah. I'm gonna say this. Okay. I was in a raid group for Final Fantasy XIV. I love raiding in Final Fantasy XIV because it's very calculated. You need to know the movements, you need to know your rotation, that's it. No need for add-ons in World of Warcraft, no wild, crazy things that are going to happen. And on top of that, it only requires 8 players to take on a raid. It doesn't require 30 players, 20 players, 10 players, or anything like that. So, that's awesome. Less players to have to worry about. Every single week, 3 days a week, we would raid. I'd come home after work, we'd raid for 2 hours, and then I would go to bed. But you have to practice, because you're not just going to one-shot every fight that you go into. It takes a few weeks to really nail down some of the more difficult fights because they're longer, and it takes a lot of consistent effort from everybody in the team. What ends up happening is that one of the players that was in that raid every single week didn't learn the strats, didn't look at anything, and would die, and would die, and would die, and would die, and we kicked them because they were wasting our time, because they didn't take the time and they didn't have the amount of time that the rest of us did to like, I need to say this in a different way. They didn't have it's not that they didn't do it on purpose. They just didn't have the time because of their work and because of school to learn the fights and to show up for raid on time and all that kind of stuff. We weren't being toxic by kicking them. They just couldn't meet the requirement because they didn't have the time or experience to do so in the first place. How are you reading so badly? I am saying that the kicks are due to wrong stratagems. You're saying I'm not reading badly. What are you talking about? How are you reading so badly? I'm saying that the kicks are due to the wrong stratagems you picked. You are not a meta slave. Never have I ever seen or experienced a kick due to level. You're completely missing the point. The problem he is asking, he says, this is so shitty to deal with, very hard to solve. We also have some ideas, but no conclusion. So this guy here, yes, you are right. This specific person is complaining about, I didn't use a specific weapon or stratagem. Absolutely. That's exactly what this person said. But the solution is something that blankets over all kicks, not just kicks for these people. It's if I kick somebody for something. For everybody that kicks for people, not just for this specific situation. There is no way to create a failsafe to prevent this specific situation from happening. Whatever solution they have blankets across all kicks for all reasons for all players. This is too specific of an issue to fix by itself. That's why I'm talking about the things that I am, because the solutions that have to be made are ones that are going to affect all players for all reasons. So what I'm talking about when I'm saying like level difference and things like that is that, but chances are you're going to also just have a lot less kicks in general if players are coming into the game with far more context. Level plus time cleared at difficulty level, things like that. Yeah, exactly. Level 5s can get out of my level 7 difficulty missions, thanks. Exactly. And that's the other thing too. While there are going to be specific situations where you are going to see players that are going to get into a match, they pick the wrong stratagem, guy says, wrong stratagems, kick. You're going to have a few of those guys, for sure. you're also going to have a shitload of other players. They're going to see a level 6 or 7 hop into their level 7 difficulty matchmaking, right, onto their ship and go, nope, kick. I'm talking about ways to be able to reduce kicking in general. So yeah, that's why I'm talking about different things, because there's level 3 in Helldiver difficulty, 3 hours. Why you kick me, bro? Toxic. Yeah, exactly. So like, I'm talking about solutions that spread to all reasons why players would get kicked, not just one, because it doesn't make any sense to just say, let's try to solve this one specific issue, because there's a whole lot of different reasons players get kicked. And any solution that the studio makes, especially because, like, look, like, how does this solution right here specifically solve this issue and only this issue? It doesn't. It solves a lot of different ones, right? Same thing goes for this one. It would help if you could go recent teammates, you can block them if they kicked you. That's not just for vote to kick. Exactly. That's another thing, like voting to kick and all those kind of things. Those are not solutions that are specifically solving just this one issue. Those are solutions that are solving the vast majority of issues of why players would get kicked from a game. It's just more reasons, more ways to be able to, more reasons to be able to, like, mitigate kicking and toxicity within a game in general. Why no one is bringing up the suggestion of giving rewards to the kicked player? Well, the thing is that specifically one of the things he brings up, and one of the things that they definitely need to do, is they definitely need to, they need to make it where you can't kick a player right before the match end. That shouldn't be a thing, period. That just should not exist in the game. You can't cover every edge case. You have to cover as much as you can. Exactly. And that's the reason why I'm talking about what I'm talking about. Because you can't do that. So yeah, that's my take. Let me see if there's anything else I want to talk about. I think that's really it. Should check my other thing. Hold on real quick. Chill. Okay. Okay. What's the soundtrack playing? Divinity Original Sin 2. OST. Banger upon banger. Especially like the instrument specific versions of songs. Like this is Dancing with the Source Ode version. This is fucking good. Like the Ode version is super good. I like the Ode versions. The Bansuri versions are really good. The Tambura versions are really good. All the like instrument specific versions are fucking bangers. Bangers. Thank you for the $2, by the way. Go spread some managed democracy. Fair enough. I was engaged in that combo though. Yeah. I think it was a good conversation. Your take on my comment. What comment? Dev should add temporary multiple choice reasons for why you're kicking players from a match. That's gonna be, so the problem is that like I don't necessarily disagree with like what you're trying to say with that, but the problem is that you also have to think about it from a gameplay perspective. You know, like you're gonna, I mean, granted, if you give people a multiple choice survey on why they're kicking a player, chances are they're probably not gonna want to kick players because they're not gonna want to have to deal with, you know, dealing with that menu. But for the most part, they probably won't want to do something like that because obviously it's gonna ruin the like the UI player experience. You don't want to give people a bunch of road bumps to have to jump over to be able to do things in a game. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? Yeah, having to fill out a survey mid-game would be an absolute nightmare. I mean, granted, it would stop people from wanting to kick, that's for sure. Dude, so my buddy Fonz has been using the Dragon's Dogma character creator. Like, he's getting, like, I'm actually jealous at how good he is at using the character creator. Like, dude, that looks like Robin Williams. I saw it and I was like, that's Robin Williams. Like, Fonz is popping off with the character creator. There's another one that he did. That legit looks like Shadowheart. That looks like Shadowheart. I'll give it to him. Did you see the Winnie the Pooh? No. Beautiful character creator. Think it looked better? Think so? She looks like the actress from Blade Runner with Gosling. Kind of, yeah. Actually, yeah, you're right. More in the eyes. But I still think you got like the nose, like the nose and like facial structure pretty close. Winnie the Pooh and a tiger look insane, worth a show. I have to look it up. Drop images like that in the Discord. People have been showing off some of their character creations in Dragon's Dogma 2. Steam is down again. Good lord. Good thing I'm not trying to play Helldivers 2 at this very second. It's a veteran's job to teach players how to play at higher difficulty if they aren't playing properly. Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree with that either. I don't know. I think there's a lot of different ways to kind of solve the issue. I don't think everybody's going to be able to agree on one, to be honest. It's the developers to make that kind of decision. You know, I've said this before. But like, we're good at pointing out issues. We're not necessarily the best at solving them. Because a lot of the ways that we're going to solve problems are going to be like really straightforward solutions that probably end up ignoring a lot of other issues. Mostly because like we're going to be thinking about things from our own perspective and not the perspective of other players. And yeah. I'm gonna turn that off. Every once in a while I get this thing on Steam where Steam will like show me like, hey, this game is better on controller. It's like, I mean, some are for sure. Add a sprout icon for new players. I mean, you're going to see that somebody's a new player when they're low level to begin with, right? So I don't think it's like, I mean, I wouldn't be against having like, I wouldn't be against having something to like notify players that you're looking for help. You know what I mean? Like people that want to have other people show them how to play. I don't think that would be a bad thing. I don't think that would be a bad idea. Oh boy, please do not crash. Everything okay? Stream might have lagged there because the game was kind of popping off. Why does it look like that? Oh, that's why. What? No way. Okay. All right, let me bring this up. Let me fix this real quick. Oh, where's it at? Right here? It's actually probably not necessary. We can just do this. Let's design my Arisen. Create new. I guess we'll just start with the short stack guy. Sure. Increase his height. I wonder how exact this is. Whoa. Am I like lagging? I am. Like bad. Now it's good. Okay, that was weird. What the fuck is going on? Is it better now? Maybe? I don't know. No, it's not. It's like, okay. Hopefully that's better now. All right. We're gonna go. You came for some sweet democracy. I mean, I kind of do what I want. I'm gonna be spreading democracy in a few minutes. I'm gonna make a character. Even though it seems like I'm having like weird performance issues. It's kind of odd. Is it am I lagging for you guys at all or no? No, it's not. No, yes. No, not really. Okay. Oh, it is. Shit. Okay, I can't do that. That's crazy. I'll have to look into that. I actually can't use the character creator. No, I'm getting lag on my computer. I was wondering if it was lagging for you guys, but it's not. I was getting lag on my own computer. The character creator is going to take a few. It's a long process, a lot of features. Yeah, I think I might have to say that for later. Yeah, it messes with your CPU. Yeah, I'll have to look into that. I'm not really too sure exactly what was going on there, but it was definitely not happy with what I was trying to do. It was not happy with what I was trying to do. All right, so I guess Helldivers 2 instead immediately. That's fine. Not really bothered by that. There we go. Yeah, so I noticed it was like virtual memory. Like virtual memory was like freaking out. I'm not really sure why. I'm not really sure why it was doing that. Let's see here. There we go. Change the stream over, and we should be good. And then should just click it over. There we go.
Super Earth, our home. Prosperity. Liberty. Hi there. Democracy. Our way of life.
Hello. Steam is having issues for you, really?
Come free.
Do you play with viewers for Helldiver 2? No. Yeah, I usually do.
Liberty. No!
I usually put my my stream code up every little while.
Look familiar? Scenes
Look
like
familiar?
These are happening all over the galaxy right now. You could be next. That is, unless you make the most important decision of your life.
I just like this part.
Prove to yourself that you...
I just love that part right there. Snap. Love the snap. All right. Man. Love to see that. Oh, this is from the old stuff that we never got. My last two. Oh my god, I am swimming in medals right now. Oh my. Oh my. Oh, oh. Oh. I guess I'll just buy out the rest of the shit on this tab, huh? Ooh, a little loosen up. Kind of like that. For victory pose, I might take that actually. I kind of like to loosen up. I like that helmet too. Oh, shit. Oh shit. What's this one? Muscle enhancement? What does muscle enhancement do? Allows Helldivers to traverse difficult terrain with ease. That sounds really nice to have. What's this one? Increase initial inventory holding capacity of stims by +2. Increase the effective duration by 2 seconds. That's kind of nice. It's kind of nice. No more getting stopped by bushes. That sounds kind of busted. It's a very good booster. That sounds really good, especially mud. Especially on something like the later levels. There's so many. It's actually a pretty nice cloak. Breaker spray and pray. All right, we'll save up for some new stuff. There's the plas. Yeah. Yeah, we thuggin'.
Helldiver, the terminate control system is ready for activation. That time is now or never.
You want a Helldiver? You want a hug? No democratic hugs. Boy.
Allied destroyer has joined squadron.
All right. Upon each barrier planet now stands a network of massive Terminid dispensing towers. The Terminid control system. Once activated, the TCS will exterminate every Terminid on the planet and inoculate it against future infestations. However, surges in Terminid activity have forced the SEAF engineers to evacuate. Now, only the Helldivers can ensure the safety of our citizens. The Terminid control system must be activated at any cost. Oh, we're gonna do just that. So where are we trying to do this at? Terminid control system,
Allied
Meridia,
destroyer
Turing,
has joined
Baron, or Fenrir,
Engaging
Turing.
orbital thrusters.
Where's everybody at? 121k, 46k, 46k,
Orbit synchronized.
53k. All right.
The Termicide
Looks like
towers on
most of the
this
front is over
await
here.
your activation.
What are you doing over there? What are you doing over there? Soldier? Diver. Possibly not working, giving it enough research data to coming up with a new weapon? Maybe. All right, first one we're gonna do is locate and destroy Terminid structures.
Coordinates locked.
We're missing.
Engaging orbital thrusters.
All right, we need one more. We need one more Helldiver. There you go. Friend code's on the screen. Make it happen. I think that probably the best thing to do at the very beginning is to make sure that most of us are trying to push one planet at a time. So I like to make sure that I try to dive right for the very first, like where everybody is, that's where I go, because, you know, obviously that's where we're going to get the most progress rather than like spreading everybody out amongst 4 planets, because we have 4 planets to take. Oh. All right. Like my yogurt armor? What the fuck? Oh, everybody's already in their pots? No, we're still missing somebody. Oh, no. They're in their pods. What are we doing?
Helldivers to Hellpods. Repeat. Helldivers to Hellpods. Hellpod launch suspended.
All right. So evac is here. I guess we'll start down this way.
What about here?
No, there's no rank requirements. Let's see. I'm gonna bring a recoilless, and actually no, I'm gonna take care. I'll let you guys take care of the heavies. I'll take care of the basic bitches. Okay. We definitely want somebody with a grenade launcher, so that's good because we got a lot of nests that we're gonna have to take care of. I'm instead going to bring something to take care of, like some of the smaller guys, some of the waves. I'll bring a stalwart, sure. And then maybe laser backpack, laser and orbital airburst. Hello, human. Hello, computer. You are yogurt armor. I am.
Launch initiated.
Let's go, boys. It's time to dive off of the pride of patriotism. Wanted to bring all mines and cause mischief and mayhem. See, remember when I was talking about how there's justified reasons to kick people? For democracy.
Activate the Termicide tower, no matter the cost.
No matter the cost. Oh my god.
Weapon inbound.
Deploying equipment package.
Damn it.
Found something. Requesting orbital strike.
Look out over there, L2.
Southwest. Close.
Thank you for the follow over on Twitch. Tab. Yeah, that's on you guys. Is there more?
Rare sample collected.
All right, we're looking good.
Requesting air support.
Let's move in on the hive, boys. Lock and fucking load. We got a heavy right here. Heavy gunner. Take care of that. Good shot. Oh, we lost a man. Man down! Somebody already reinforced.
Rare sample collected. That's called democracy.
good, looking good.
Heavy! Northwest. Close. Found something! Tagging map. Northwest. 200 meters. Tagging map. West. 100 meters. Mag's empty. Reloading. Bug outpost spotted. Heavy. On my position.
I'm the goddamn exterminator.
You've done your duty. You may extract with honor.
Oh, we got plenty of time. Oh no, we don't. We don't have plenty of time.
Mag's empty. Calling in orbital strike.
Damn democracy. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Didn't reload. Thank you. Reload my weapons. How are you alive? Fucking stalwart feels useless. Jesus Christ. Friend request glitch? I haven't seen that. Did you increase the stall? No, I didn't. Yeah, you got a good point. It's been a long time since I've used it.
Helldiver. Reporting to the front.
You got it.
Watching orbital.
Stay away, sir. Stay away from me, sir. Ah! Ah, I'm on fire. Okay.
Reloading. Heavy. Dropping a pin. Northwest. 100 meters.
Holy shit. Oh, I got hit from behind. Why use machine gun? Just curious. I don't know, because I felt like it. My aim was to help take out some of the smaller enemies so that they could focus their fire on the heavies. Ow, that hurt. I would rather you not have done that, by the way. Oh, fuck. I got a bunch of samples over here, and I don't really feel like leaving that behind.
Watching orbital strike.
You guys can have that. Third strike. Excellent. Oh, this is where the bug hole is. That's not good. Hi. Bye. Yeah, I'm gonna have to leave that behind. Oh, somebody else got it. That's fine then.
Mag's empty.
5 minutes remaining. I repeat, 5 minutes remaining.
How are you still alive?
New mag. Sample collected. Mag's empty.
It's still alive. How have you not bled out? Die. Good for you. 2 legs left. Literally crawling on stubbles. Bounds, that's okay. I need to bring the, I'm gonna try the Liberator. Or the, what's the other one? Oh, I did just unlock the Slugger. What the fuck? I can get a full reload. Yeah, it's actually probably not a bad idea.
Heavy. Southeast. On my position.
T-minus 1 minute, 30 seconds.
I'm not used to this one.
Requesting advanced weaponry. I'll take it.
T-minus 1 minute. T-minus 30 seconds.
Oh no. No, Steam. Steam. Uh. Is it Steam that's down? Is that what it is? Steam's the one having issues. Yeah. Motherfuckers. Somebody call Gabe. Somebody call Gabe. I have words. We need to talk. We need to talk. 40-minute mission, got DC'd. Yeah, I know, that sucks. We were right there. We only had like one more. We had like 30 seconds left before we evac'd. That's crazy. What the fuck? I thought we were fine. Maybe I'm in game now. Oh, yeah, it must be. Not a very not a very democratic of game. I don't think it's not the game that has the issue. I think it's Steam. Let's look. Who dat? Tosu. Thank you for the follow over on Twitch. Let's take a look. Let's take a look. Yeah, because I can't imagine it being Arrowhead. Yeah, because we're not even at like the major peak or anything like that. We're basically at the same place we were yesterday. Like, yeah, basically at the same place. Do you duo stream? I see people who are yeah, I stream on YouTube and Twitch. I need to actually like show that to people. Where is that? Add source. Add source. And then yep, close. It's like bugged though. 'Cause that's not showing like true numbers. Why is that? Weird. It's not showing the viewers on Twitch. That's odd. That is odd. Because of this? Close. Yeah, I don't know. It's bugged. It's not showing anybody on Twitch. I don't know why it's doing that. I've got dad skills. Thank you for the prime. Appreciate that. There it goes. It fixed itself. Which I can actually do this as well. Bam. And then I can do it here too. Bam. And then here. No, I'm just kidding. That's all we need. That's all we need. I'm on PlayStation. Can't do that. Do what? If your game is crashing, try verifying files. I didn't get a crash. My game didn't crash. What my issue is that it just straight up disconnected. Is there a way to find out like why what's going on? Do we know if it's the game or do we know if it's the servers? Or is it like is it Helldivers servers or is it Steam's? Because I see a lot of people saying Steam. Is Steam the one going down? For me, the game crashes like 5 or 6 times every day. I usually have never had an issue. This is probably the second time, maybe third, that the game's ever crashed on me. Period. Like legit period. There was like one stream ago we had, you know, I got stuck on like on a drop screen, and that was up. Today is the first time it kicked. It just crashed and kicked people for no reason. Yeah, let's go again. Yeah, I'll fire it back up, see if it works. Do you have anything updating in the background? No. I do not. I do not. You can always check Steam status. Oh, really? Where do you see that? Is it like a website or is that actually like on Steam? Website. Steam status on Google. Yeah, Steam status unofficial, Steam maintenance. That was an hour ago. Connection manager server should be up to 97% up. Yeah, maybe just a hiccup from
synchronized.
From Steam maintenance.
Allied destroyer has joined squadron. Engaging.
Must have just been a hiccup. We give them one. We give Steam one.
Orbit
They get one
synchronized.
chance. Do I need to like? Okay, thank you.
Always good to have another hero.
Steam is working in the Midwest. There we go. I did get an update at 5 a.m. this morning. Yeah, the game had an update today. 5,600 down reports. Yeah.
The Terminate control system is fully operational.
The
spread
Terminate
of the
control
Terminids
system
is
is
at an
fully
end.
operational. All right, let's try this again.
Coordinates locked. Hellpods prime. Engaging orbital thrusters.
So less damage, less capacity. I almost kind of feel like using the Liberator. What do you guys like to use? I don't really want to use the submachine guns. I could use the Slugger. The Scythe? I think this is a cold planet, so it actually wouldn't be bad. Breaker is still good. Yeah, Breaker's still really good. Into the Sniper lately. Yeah. Liberator Pen is weak versus small mobs. Submachine gun is goated for hunters. Really? Slugger is trash. Avoid. Lib Pen. Lib with explosive rounds. Yeah, I need to get the explosive ones. Titan Mountain Dew caffeine free. Thank you for the prime. That's a name. That's a name. Slugger is good. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I use the goat. I like the Slugger. Yeah, the Slugger's fine. Submachine gun. Yeah, these are probably could be good for like the smaller guys, but I don't know. I don't know. I'll stick with the Breaker for now. Switch to something else later, maybe. Yeah, I was using the Slugger last night when I was playing with some friends. It's really good. Jiu-Jitsu. Thank you for the prime. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. What? All right, let's try this again. I'm gonna need you guys to stay connected this time, okay? I'm gonna need you guys to stay connected. It was obviously not my fault. That was obviously you guys. Compact loadout trades for ease of use with faster reloading and heavier than heavier machine guns. Oops, why is that happening? Laser. Still want to bring air burst. I mean, it wouldn't be bad to have something to deal with a single target. I don't think that's a bad idea. Actually, you know what? Bring this. All right, let's do it. Scorcher would be really good too. Scorcher's great against bots. I haven't used a Scorcher against bots. I think that's kind of like the really cool thing that I really like about this game is that there's so many different weapons to use. So many different use cases. You know what I mean? Back as the savior, dude. As long as you just don't walk into your own rocket, yeah. You have to be really cautious about how you use it, but it's damn good. It's really good for rank and file. It's really good for just about everything, to be honest. Oh, I brought the machine gun. Whatever. Is what it is. Is what it is. Not a big deal. There we go. All right, where are we going? First bug hive's that way, huh? What you guys pulled? All right. I fell.
You will never destroy our way of life. Calling in orbital strike.
Firing orbital strike.
Heavy. Found something. Rare sample collected.
It's like, it's just like last time.
Reloading.
Reload now.
Attacking map. Northwest. 100 meters.
Autocannon. Dude, autocannon sentry is so good for fucking, for Bile Titans. Finish it. Finish it. Finish it. Let's see you finish it. Ah, I didn't get it.
Mission at 10 minutes remaining.
Tasty spore. Yeah.
Bug outpost spotted. Tagging location. West. Requesting air support.
Is it too late to obtain the Twitch drops for this game? I don't know. Are there Twitch drops for this? I think I usually leave drops enabled, so.
Cancel that.
How about a nice slow liberty? Get some. Get some.
Motherfucker. Oh, you're still alive. Oh, that's a different one.
Request approved. Deploying reinforcements.
Oh, no.
Calling in reinforcements.
I fucking heard it. I heard it as I walk up to it. I was like, what's that sound?
Helldivers reporting to the front.
Bug outpost. Another step towards galactic liberation. You may extract when ready. Tagging map. Northwest. 200 meters.
Watching orbital.
You know, it probably wouldn't be a bad idea, to be honest. I'll call my freaking hair. God damn it. I need to get I need to get a different haircut. I went to the haircut place, and the lady that was there is not like the lady that I normally use. So I did not trust. That was just like, yeah, just a short trim. No, 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 no.
Calling down a sentry. Bug outpost spotted. Prepare to exterminate.
Oh, that did. Walk. Go somewhere else. Walk in. Whatever. Fine. Really? You motherfucker, dude. The problem is that like if it hits the side and it breaks the side, you can't really like shoot on that side unless it turns. And since chargers can like turn on a dime, it really just doesn't really work out that well for you. Oh my god. I got it. All right. Oh, that's not friendly. Liberty! I'm bringing a support weapon now. Oh my god. He wasn't even looking at me. He wasn't even, he just like turned. I don't have anything to use. No! Good old Tokyo Drifters challenge. That's literally what it felt like. It was like not looking at me, and I'm like, oh, here's a sample. So I just like turned and walked away from it, and it's just like, oh, you turned your back on me? You fool. No leg, like missing a leg, missing a head, running up. Whoa. That's, why is it hitting there? I aimed it over there. Did the job. Everybody here? All right. Good shit. Oh, hey, is that armor too? Can't live without my 30% tossing range. I am not even kidding you. I cannot. I genuinely cannot live without it. I've gotten to the point where, because I've used the armor so much, that I have like a natural feel for where things go when I throw them. Like I can damn near, you know, hit a dime. I cannot use anything other than using that armor. Thank you for the follow. I cannot use anything other than it. It's honestly what I'm worried about, and I don't use it. Yeah, it's because like you have such incredible range that once you get used to being able to just Hail Mary and like put an air burst or something like that, like right where you want it. And it's so good too. It's like it's the most rewarding armor to use because it feels so good to be able to just like get a stratagem exactly where you want to put it. Oh, you can't beat it. Cluster bombs are S tier. Yeah. I was getting shit the other day because I like to use the air burst. Cluster bombs are really good too, though. But the thing is, like, a direct air burst right on top of an emerging hole is like perfect. Perfect. The arcade song is a genuine banger.
The galactic war waits for no one. Are you ready, Helldiver?
Coordinates locked.
Are you ready, Helldiver?
Hellpod
Are you
prime.
ready?
Engaging orbital thrusters.
People need to look at cooldown times for their orbitals. Airburst is fast. Airburst is so fast. It comes back so quickly. It honestly, it comes back quick enough that it's almost like basically like every other emergence. I get it. I guess we start down here. We can start like here and then move down and then come up here and then get this.
What about here?
I mean, I guess, yeah, we could.
Here?
It's an invalid drop point, it says. Yeah, it's fine. I'll bring just for like rank and file, I'll bring airburst and this. I'm gonna take the should I take the recoilless or flamethrower? Arc thrower. I'm gonna try it. We'll do flamethrower. I'll take a mech and not sell.
Launch initiated.
That's actually true. That's actually true, Diana. Yeah. Bringing anti-tank would actually be probably better, especially now that you can one tap a charger in the head with it. So that's 2 chargers every like 1 second, basically. It feels like. Arc has really good synergy with chargers for flamethrower. That's actually a really good point. I didn't think about that. Because flamethrower, because they're both ignoring armor. Two tap on Titan. Is it really a 2-tap on Titan?
Hear the shadow of neither death nor tyranny, but justice is your cause.
Found something!
Oh, we got a long time on this one. Ooh, somebody found a stalker lair. Nice. Oh. Reloading. Oh, fuck. Wow. Yeah, mechs are great against bugs, bad against bots. Yeah, I was using it against some mechs the other night. I'll be honest, I didn't even see you.
Reinforcing!
I did not see you. I am so sorry. Thank you for the follow over on Twitch, JJ.
Sentry. Enemy elite. Northeast, 50 meters.
Gotta remember basic training. Gotta remember basic training. It didn't matter. That turret turned around and shot me in the back. He said, "Ah, you thought you were gonna get away."
Engaging terminal.
How far is my flamethrower? Oh, it's just right across. I'm gonna grab it real quick. Try not to light me on fire. Come here. Oh god. I'm on you. Can I just use you as a ramp?
I've got this one.
Heavy. Southeast. Close. I got the terminal.
Mission map updated.
Heavy. Southeast. Close.
Yeah, I see it.
Tagging map. North. 100 meters.
Both the other objectives are up top. It's perfect. This is perfect.
Tagging map. Northwest.
I really like this map. This one and the moon map that I was on the other night is fucking awesome. I saved your life. Hope you know that.
Package acquired. Dropping package.
Bug tunnel breach.
There's a bunch of them down here.
Acquired. Dropping package.
Cancel flight.
Rare sample acquired. Active. Dropping package.
Napalm.
Package acquired.
Dropping package.
Sending in an eagle.
Dropping a pin. West. 200 meters.
Oh, well, fuck. Okay. Hi, guys.
Placing orbital strike.
Stay there just for one more second, please. Thank you. Easy. Easy, baby. Easy. We good over here? Yep. We were aggroing too much. Yeah, it kind of feels like that.
Tagging map. 200 meters.
We can go take this out.
Bag's empty.
I think it's right over here. We'll go grab this real quick.
Tagging location.
On my way.
There's a nuke.
I'll take it.
Got a sample. Rare sample collected. Tagging map. East.
Yeah, a couple of us can go down here. That's fine. Just one person can stay up there. Hopefully you don't get attacked. I'll go down with him. The other one can stay back.
Requesting sentry. Calling down a sentry.
Sending
Cluster
in
bomb
an
going in. Get back.
eagle. Have a taste of democracy.
Go. Oh, I thought that was actually the fucking other thing.
Canister's empty.
Fuck!
Calling in reinforcements.
I dove right into it. What
Joining the
timing?
fray.
What fucking timing is that?
Marking location.
Yeah.
Dropping a pin. Northeast. Far.
Got another nest right here.
Calling in orbital strike. Calling in reinforcements.
I don't think that's on me. I don't even know what happened.
Calling in reinforcements.
I don't even know what happened. How much time have you synced into this game? I don't know, probably close to 100 hours, maybe less than that. Actually, I don't think it would be 100 hours because I'd be higher level. Probably 70. That was close. I mean, I could strike it again.
Mag's empty.
Yeah, I might as well.
Requesting air support. Mag's empty.
The cavalry.
How? Cutting it a little close there? Yeah, probably.
Sending in an eagle.
Look at that fucking arm, though.
Get some. Get some.
South.
Did we clear all the, No, there's still a nest in there. I didn't need to reload there. There was a wasted reload.
Fire in the hole. Rare sample collected. Last reload.
Hit it. Woo! Woo! All right, let's go grab this. Let's go grab this shit.
Last reload. Northeast, 300 meters.
Reloading.
I mean, I told you I've gotten used to wearing this armor, and like where I think it goes most of the time. Not all the time, but some of the times. Oh, you guys are trying to kite it back to these? They're not gonna come all the way back here. It's not really worth it, is it? We should just dip out. Yeah, that was a fucking hell of a throw.
Reloading.
Dropping a pin. Southeast. 200 meters.
It is really satisfying to set off those nukes when you run away. It really is. Especially if we can catch up or catch enough of them in it. Bugs are weak to explosive damage, yeah. I haven't gotten that one. Isn't there like an explosive isn't there an explosive weapon in like the first premium tier for the war bonds? I haven't got into those.
Calling down a sentry.
I've just been unlocking everything in the basic tier first, and then I'll work on that one next. Uh-oh. I don't want to get like between them. Uh-oh. Hello.
Canister's empty.
Are you hungry? Is that why you're here? You're here because you're hungry. You're wondering why I'm not feeding you. It makes a lot of sense.
Point me to the enemy.
I'm surprised it takes them that long. I'm also surprised they do that much damage, to be honest. Hey, hi. I also have a cat on my mouse arm right now, so. I do not have full range of motion until I feed the cat. That is the agreement that he strikes. Cat's like, yeah, sure, you can keep playing your game. Yeah, that's no problem, no problem.
New canister.
Will you die? Will you die? Uh-oh. Things are getting a little hairy. No, 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 no. Not one of you guys again. God, they're like little snipers. Nope, no ammo.
Request approved. Deploying reinforcements.
Bug outpost spotted. Prepare to insert.
my god, I'm sorry. I thought one push would work. Oh god. Oh, I'm concussed. Nope, nope, fucking hunters.
Canister's empty. Canister's empty.
Oh god. He faked me out.
Calling in extraction. Marching orbital strike. Requesting air support.
Southwest. No one trying to rearm.
Requesting walker.
This, yes, the flamethrower is satisfying. Oh no.
Marking location. South.
Probably isn't good that we're all standing here together like this. We're just like begging to get hit by a fucking meteor. Oh, it's nice that they're all coming from one direction.
ETA T-minus 30 seconds. ETA T-minus 20 seconds. ETA T-minus 10 seconds. Clear landing zone. This is Pelican 1. I have visual on the extraction zone. This is Pelican 1, preparing for touchdown.
So satisfying. The mech was so beyond worth it. What happened to you? All right, let's go.
Countdown initiated. Stand by for takeoff.
Flamethrower, jetpack,
One beginning ascent.
and blast the Mandalorian main theme. No, do not. It's crashing. It must be servers or something. What the fuck is going on? Unless this last patch absolutely fucking shit the game or what? Upsetting. Hold on, let me feed the cat. Be right back. On PS5, I had no crashes in 4 hours of play. For the bit of practice, you can throw a grenade mid-jump into a bug hole. So satisfying. Yeah, I bet. We'll give it another shot. I'll verify game files beforehand. We'll take a second to let it verify its verify game files. Say ditto on PS5, no crashes. Yeah. Where is the passion? What passion? What passion do you want? This is what you get. Nothing more, nothing less. I am but a man. A simple man. Bro, my fucking... I do. I need a damn haircut. I need a real haircut is what I really need. Shit's falling apart. It's falling apart. Now that I'm not working like a normal job, part of me wants to just, you know what I mean? Just like grow my hair like down to my ass. Go sit in a field of flowers. Write poetry. Doesn't that sound great? You know? UNEB crashed like 7 times, so I just got off. Yeah, I think it might have to do something with I think you got rewards. Let's hope so. It might have to be something with might be your hair is past your shoulders. Yeah, I mean, if I grew my hair out, which would be the first time that I ever did it, anything longer than this at the very least, I think I'd maybe do like kind of, I don't know, like kind of just like, you know, fucking back a little. I don't fucking know, man. Do you miss your old job in construction? Yeah, part of me does. Part of me does. You know, the guys that I really like the people that I worked with. Like the other workers, craftsfolk, fitters, pipe, the fitters, the boilermakers, the carpenters, laborers. I liked everybody. That and like the normal habit of like getting up and going to work and stuff, I definitely miss. And just like the overall like interaction, you know what I mean? But I mean, outside of that, getting up at 4 o'clock in the morning, you know, didn't really. I don't miss that. Not being able to grow facial hair, don't miss that. Like the weird fear, you know, that kind of comes with construction sometimes, that you don't know like when it's gonna be your time. And then also like just the looming of like just random shit that can go wrong. I don't really miss a lot of that stuff. You know what I mean? But there are definitely parts of it that I miss for sure. The people more than anything else. I worked with really good people. Actually, for the most part, I've been really lucky. The entire time that I was, my entire time in construction, I pretty much almost always was working with really great people. I'd be so majestic, would I? Yeah, so I think like part of me misses it, but at the same time, the thing is that like So what is that? Did that mean it fixed it? It said 3 files failed to verify. So it was a unverified file. 3 unverified files. So there was some conflicting file issues. I don't know if it actually fixed it though. I'm gonna run another verification just to make sure. But I will say this, like while I do miss it for sure, the other part of me is like I get to do like I get to chase a creative hobby, dream, you know what I mean? I get to do something that I've always wanted to do, which is like work in video games in some fashion, you know what I mean? And yeah, I like this. Commentary kind of suits me. I like talking more than anything else, so obviously that's a skill that I get to use, which is fun. You know, writing, recording, coming up with ideas and stuff, brainstorming and stuff is a lot of fun. I wish I could do both. I was doing both, but the problem is you can't really balance it. You can't balance it very effectively. Sadly enough, you just can't balance it very effectively. Like you can do one will like as an example, like basically like YouTube would never grow anything more than a hobby. You know what I mean? Like you could probably get like some, I don't know, I guess you could balance both, but you wouldn't be able to like release a lot of content. I don't think you could be a streamer. I don't think you could be a streamer and work in construction at the same time. This was always the hardest part for me. Cause like for the last year or so, like I'd been making YouTube videos and the channel was always doing really good with the YouTube. Like YouTube had, you know, slowly but surely was making the channel continue to grow. But streaming was always the part that got left on the wayside. Because the thing is that, you know, I only have very limited time. Some of that time I want to like spend with myself doing nothing, you know, doing my own thing or whatever. And it was always really difficult to try to like get a solid stream schedule because like sometimes, you know, you'd be just tired from like work or you're getting up early, so you can't really like stay up late or anything like that. And it's like what time I would need after work to be able to make YouTube videos. And I was still trying to make like 2 videos a week, even when I was working. But that was really hard to even balance that sometimes. So. If I streamed, I wouldn't be able to game unless I already have the fandom. Yeah. Yeah. I think that for a lot of people, one of the biggest mistakes that like people that want to be like content creators, YouTubers, whatever. One of the biggest, I wouldn't say YouTubers. One of the biggest mistakes that I see a lot of people make is they almost always go to try to like stream first. But while there is a possibility, there's always a possibility that some odd, crazy coincidence can happen, and as a result, you started getting a bunch of viewership. Definitely can happen. But it's like winning the lottery. However, if you make high-valued content somewhere else, like YouTube or TikTok or something like that, you have a much higher chance to be able to give yourself an audience for when you stream. So, what I did is I just started making YouTube videos. The funny thing is, like, there's a community of friends of mine that I've played games with for a few years now, that I told them exactly what I was going to do before I started it. I specifically told them, I was like, I'm going to start making YouTube videos because streaming's not going anywhere. So that's what I did. And I'll be honest with you, like, I couldn't do the whole, like, streaming to, like, 1 or 3 people or 1 or 5 people because there's not enough interaction, and it's just weird when there's just, like, that few people watching you. It wasn't until like, I didn't get comfortable streaming until I had at least 100 people watching at a time. I have to say a little less than that, probably like 40 or so, but still, like, it wasn't until like there was a decent audience there before I didn't feel awkward anymore. Because I had somebody ask me that the other day, because I almost got a couple streams ago, I almost got up to 1,000 viewers. And I was asked, like, you know, did it make you nervous? And I'm like, no, it actually made me less nervous. Made me a lot less nervous. By a long shot. The more people, the better, to be honest. All right, my game files are fixed. My game files are fixed. Thank you for the follow over on Twitch, Metal Complex. Killing every bug on screen increases the possibility of a bug breach. Really? Any tips for anyone getting started with making videos on YouTube? Two things.
Announcement system test. Freedom. Allied destroyer
No, three things.
has joined squadron.
One, you have to you have to start. And when I say you have to start, like, I mean like getting in the habit and getting yourself into a habit of just making videos and learning, because you're going to learn a ton of stuff. You're going to learn how to edit properly. You're going to learn how to, you know, be more comfortable in front of a microphone if you're doing like speaking or something like that. You know, just learning about YouTube and things like that. Like, the more you do it, the more you learn about like the platform, right? And there's a lot to learn about the platform. Like more than I know, way more than I know right now, for sure. There's people that have it figured out far more than I do. And I mean, I know a bit, but not a lot. The other thing is that one of the things that I think a lot of people overlook is that they don't make videos like they would watch. The amount of people that I see that make fucking gameplay videos in 2024 blows my mind. Nobody, I'm not saying nobody, I don't, and I don't think a whole lot of other people do. There is an audience for it, but it's very niche. There's not a lot of people that just sit there and watch somebody play a game. It's just not as common. It's not 15, 20 years ago, or about 15, I guess it'd be like 15 years ago. This isn't YouTube 15 years ago where people would sit and watch a Let's Play. Nobody wants to see that. Nobody wants to see your cool clips. Not unless you're fucking Shroud or something like that. And even still, people don't really watch just like clips of Shroud doing crazy shit anymore. Not like they used to. So like the value of the content also matters. Doing something that nobody else is doing, yet like makes sense. Like this is a really hard thing to explain. Be interesting. It has to be interesting content. But it also has to serve some type of purpose. Is it entertainment? Is it information? Isn't information-tainment? You know, like, you have to really like come up with a strong idea or a sense of like what you're trying to make and get a really good picture of it. But if I had to give you one of the best pieces of information, or probably the bar none best tip I could give you, and it's the one tip that nobody ever fucking gives. It's the one tip that none of these YouTube well, actually, I'm gonna give you a side tip. Do not watch how to be a YouTuber videos. Do not get involved with those communities, those groups, or anything like that. They're all a scam. They're all just trying to get your money. The only way that you're ever going to be anything as a streamer, as a YouTuber, as a content creator, is if you are the one that is making the content and making it interesting. All that other bullshit and bells and whistles don't matter. Go look at some of the biggest trends right now. You got dudes that literally they don't even have a thumbnail. It's like bulk days and stuff like that. I forgot what the guy's name is, but it's like a bodybuilder, right? Go look at that. Like, next to no effort, but it's interesting content because the guy himself is interesting. And there's something there that people want to engage with, right? Has nothing to do with all this other bullshit that these companies want to sell you. They just want your money. That's all. That's all they want. Like vidIQ and all that shit. It's all fucking useless. 90% of that stuff is useless. Don't waste your time on it. The only thing that you need to know is be interesting, do something fun, do something cool, do something that you actually care about, and then also know who you're trying to make content for. That's the one that nobody ever talks about. Who is this for? I have so many people that have sent me like YouTube videos and stuff like that. Like, hey man, you know, will you give me advice? Tell me what you think about my YouTube video. Tell me what you think about my YouTube channel. And then the question that I always come back with them is, who did you make this for? Well, I made it for myself because, you know, I'm like, no. Bull fucking shit. Nobody makes YouTube videos for themselves. You know who I make YouTube videos for? People to watch them so I make money. Like, I love talking about video games. So in part, yes, I am making it for myself, but I'm making it so that it's entertaining for people to watch and it's informative. I'm making it for other people. Who are those other people? That's the question that you have to answer. What, did we just drop right on the motherfucker, huh? Okay. But it's not, I mean, obviously, like, right now I've switched to making a living off of doing this, right? So that's a kind of a different perspective, or a different perspective. Just go look into the trend of primitive building channels. Very little going on, but a ton of people watch them. Right. Interesting content that is directed at a very specific audience. But you do still have to, like, here's the thing. You do still have to care about what you're making and want to make what you make, because people can feel that. People can feel it. I see the comments all the time. Dude, I can see how passionate you are about this. Is this a defense mission? Is that what this is? Is this like a defense thing where we have to like turn on the tower? Because if so, then I'll probably bring some turrets. I don't know, I'm just gonna do this. Destiny mission. Okay. I forgot to switch it back to the game. My bad.
Launch initiated.
This one's not as bad though, in my opinion. Okay. Hi, Mr. Kitty Cat.
The fate of all humanity's children are in your hands. Do not let them fall.
Calling down support weapon.
I'm not used to this one.
Support weapon inbound. Calling in orbital strike. Orbital strike incoming. East 180. Bug tunnel breach.
Okay.
Southeast, close.
Requesting sentry.
Requesting orbital.
Calling down a sentry.
Ah! What?
Sweet.
You did not have enough momentum to pull that shit off, motherfucker.
Requesting sentry.
Prosperity. Orbital inbound.
Firing orbital laser.
Reinforcing.
I don't know where you died, so I just spawned you over here.
Request approved. Reinforcements have been launched.
Motherfucker. Don't see me. Don't see me. I said don't see me, motherfucker.
Tagging location. Heavy.
Requesting sentry.
Fucking Vile Titan. Absolutely sniped me. But he didn't really snipe me, he's right there. What kind of guitars you got? RG series Ibanez. No special series, sadly. No, that did nothing.
Democracy has
That
landed.
felt great. Dude. Uh-oh. That's on top of me. That's fucking awesome. It bounced onto me. I just wanted to get my flamethrower. Fuck off. Oh, another bug hole. Uh-oh, I'm so fucked here. All right, I'm gonna kite them out.
Must detect prosperity. Requesting orbital strike.
Reinforcing. Heavy on my position.
Get another hit on him. Nice.
Reinforcements on the way.
Get some. Get some. Heavy northeast. 50 meters.
Heavy behind you.
Calling in reinforcements.
Fuck off. I am cornered. I'm dead. I don't know how I'm alive. Oh, hunters. I'm dead. It's always not seeing that I'm like, I backed myself into a corner there. It sucked.
Joining the fray.
Fuck off. I hate you so much.
North.
Calling down a support weapon.
Back empty. New match.
Should have brought a recoilless. This requires a backpack, doesn't it? Oh no, it's a.
More weapon.
Look here.
On my position.
Come out.
Nope, under his legs. What a shot. Over here. Over here. That was in his mouth. That's actually bullshit.
Back empty.
No, I don't need that right now, actually. Where's my flamethrower at?
Bag's empty.
They just kill each other? No.
Calling down a sentry. Marking location. Never mind. Sentry.
Going down a sentry. Calling down a sentry. I'm out.
There's another one over here. We'll grab it.
Calling in orbital strike. Throwing supply beacon.
Nope, you are not killing my fucking turret, motherfucker. I know what you were trying to do. So are we just supposed to like keep them away from this? Is that all it is?
You will never destroy our way of life. Requesting orbital. Say hello to democracy. Fire in the hole. Throwing grenade. Reloading. I'm out. Mag empty. Mag empty.
Supplies.
Reloading. Requesting advanced weaponry.
I should have brought a I should have brought something else as well. Should have brought a whatchamacallit, fucking I should have brought a walker or a mech.
Requesting sentry.
I need to bring some of those too. Those expandable anti-tanks are so good now.
Calling down a walker. Mag empty. Calling down a sentry.
Oh no. Oh my god.
Calling in reinforcements.
Request approved. Reinforcements have been launched.
Requesting orbital strike.
Watch out for the orbital on the other side.
Mag empty. Mag empty.
Self-immolation. Not the way. Come on, pick it up.
Request approved. Reinforcements have been launched. Heavy, on my position.
Motherfucker. Nope. Oh my god. It's cut. Fuck!
Reloading.
Me up.
Calling down a sentry. Calling in orbital strike.
Firing orbital strike.
Stay back, stay back! Oh, you're dead. Oh my god. Oh no.
How about a nice cup of liberty? Last reload.
Oh, that sucked. Oh, that sucked.
Request approved. Reinforcements on the way.
Pointing to the enemy.
Hi.
Calling in reinforcements. Calling down a sentry.
I fucking hate him. I hate him so much. I hate him so much. New mission is intense. It's tough, man.
Point me to the enemy.
Might have to actually like think about this one a little bit more. About like some different stratagems to bring instead of what I brought.
Sweet liberty, my leg.
Still want my nuts, huh? Killing me once wasn't enough. Killing me twice.
Calling in reinforcements.
I'm dead.
Heavy, northwest.
Stuck. No. How do I not call in this fucking strike? I don't want to call it in. At least not yet.
I'm bleeding out. Calling in reinforcements.
All right,
Orbital
fine.
inbound. Flood tunnel breach.
Request approved. Reinforcements on the way.
My life pursuer. Last reload. Requesting orbital strike. Heavy. Requesting advanced weaponry. Calling down a sentry. Reinforcing.
Nope.
Calling down a support weapon.
Definitely next time I'm gonna call down, definitely gonna take the expendable anti-tank. Not bringing that here is like an actual sell.
Canister's empty.
Oh, hi gentlemen. Oh, of course there's a hunter. Thank you. Why wouldn't there be a hunter? Bitch. Get worked on.
Bag's empty.
Uh-oh. No! That was a trick jump. I did that on purpose. I fucking hate hunters so much. Uh-oh. Okay. This is a little tricky. This is a little tricky, I'm not gonna lie. Nope. 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 Okay, we're dead. Nope. Okay. I was just trying to get out of there and up top where the rest of the guys were, trying to get some extra help. Wouldn't be a bad idea to like put this like here
Requesting sentry.
or
Going down a sentry.
fuck you, game.
Requesting advanced weaponry.
I was gonna say like right
Going
here,
down a
there,
sentry.
and then. All right, I'm gonna go grab my flamethrower.
Jetpack inbound.
Or not. There's a bunch of bullshit over there.
Throwing grenade. Have a taste of democracy. Say hello to democracy. Get some! Get some! Pulling in
Don't go up top. Get back, get back, get back! Oh, you're so dead.
For prosperity.
Good mark, good mark.
Support weapon. Calling down a support weapon.
Requesting sentry.
Got equipment.
Requesting walker. Marking location west.
Requesting sentry.
gonna go help on down on this side. Or not.
Reloading!
I reloaded way too early there.
Mag's empty.
Tagging location.
Who do you think you are, a charger?
Have a taste of democracy.
Okay, time to go to the next silo.
Reloading!
Or is this the set? This is it. We're already here.
Log tunnel 3!
No, Mr. Kitty Cat. You could not. Sit there. Where is this going to be well placed? I think we'll wait. Right there.
Requesting orbital strike! Requesting sentry!
Have a taste of democracy.
Yeah, it's a really good place for it. That's a really good place for it.
Calling down a sentry.
Get some. Get some.
This is actually pretty intense. I like how they could use mission structures. Sorry, I had to make a note of something. I like how they can make like use mission structures to create different types of difficulty, if that makes any sense. So like, even though you have like static difficulties, like, you know, 1 through 9, right? You can technically also use like the mission type to be able to like create a new type of mission that's, you know, more difficult. I like that. I think that's really cool.
Engaging terminal.
Going down a northwest. Going down a sentry.
Another triumph for managed democracy.
Managed democracy.
Guide your sentry structure.
Throwing supply beacon.
Extraction request confirmed. Shuttle inbound.
I'm glad I at least brought one sentry. Now I know for the future, bring two. Two, and I'd say like expendable tank, and I don't know, leave me laser. I was trying to get a good shot on it, but I couldn't line one up. Nice. Good shit. And people try to say air burst ain't worth it. Big democracy went down over here. Jesus, it's like StarCraft 2 cinematic with the Terrans fighting the Zergs. Yeah, it kind of feels like that.
With the dispensing of the Termicide, this area is
Anyone else seem to notice that hit registry or hit reg issues started a few weeks ago? It seems almost obvious when using rockets, drop pods, and slow primaries like sluggers. I am on team if I drop my pod straight through the middle of a Bile Titan, it should go right through him. I mean, like a hole right through him. But outside of that, I haven't really noticed too many other issues. No. You. Ba, 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 ba. Where'd you get that cat emote? It looks just like my cat. Yeah, it looks just like you.
Well done. The enemy barely noticed our presence before we pulled out.
What do you want? Attention. That's what I want. I'm gonna use the bathroom.
Welcome aboard, Helldiver.
Helldivers, protectors of humanity, paragons of democracy, heroes to their very core. Do you have what it takes? No one likes a complainer. If your living conditions aren't to your liking, just remember.
Proud to serve by your side, sir. Oh, can't wait till the TCS is active. Once the tournament is chained, we'll all sleep a little easier. I was just thinking, warping across the Federation like this would be impossible without Element 710. Which comes from the bugs themselves. Their own corpses are fueling the creation of more corpses. Something satisfying about that. The engineers filled the TCS tanks with
There we
enough
go.
termicide to last over a year. Should
Just
be
like
easy enough
that.
to replenish once all the terminids are dead.
The hair issue's fixed.
Once we get the TCS established, we can start putting the bugs back on the farms, where they belong. With tighter security this time, too.
We're in it.
If we don't stop the bugs' mindless reproduction, the burden's going to fall on our children. And our children's children.
One thing that is frustrating is the dropship bugs.
Liberty rests
Yeah.
on your shoulders, Helldiver.
Yeah.
I know you can bear the weight.
170,000 players. 59, 73. This is not a concerted effort.
This world is riddled with terminate abominations. Where will you strike first?
Terminate abominations. My God. There's only one thing that we can do. Exterminate.
Let us continue our progress.
Wait, what time is it? No, I can do a couple more.
Mission coordinates locked.
Or at least one more.
Prime.
I gotta eat dinner. I gotta eat dinner. I'm hungry.
Orbit.
She's trying to drop on an island? No, we're not gonna drop on an island. You're out of your mind. Let's do this. Yeah, airburst is good. Airburst is good, man. It works. I'm an airburst enthusiast. I'll tell you that right now. It's the way to go. Airburst, cluster bomb. The only reason I don't like cluster bomb is because it isn't as controlled, and it's just like a one pass. But the airburst, like 1, 2, 3, especially once it's been like, powered up, it's like, it's mean. Oh, well.
Go now.
What a drop.
Fear the shadow of neither death nor tyranny.
Watch out, N2.
Reinforcing.
Oh! Oh, wow. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh. It was like Bile Titan Charger. Bile Titan Charger Brood Mother. Fucking Lord.
Requesting tac pack. Requesting advanced weaponry. Bug tagging location.
Oh.
Northwest. Objective located. North.
That was actually close. Can we hit this? Oh, it's because I held it too long. I had that though. You know I was gonna hit that.
Calling down a walker.
Bag's empty.
Grenade. Who needs a grenade launcher when you have a fucking grenade launcher for an arm? Oh, I meant to hit reload first. Oh well.
Got a sample.
Bug outpost spotted. Prepare to exterminate. Tagging map. East, 300 meters. Tagging map. Northeast, 200 meters.
Watching orbital.
Dropping a pin. North, 200 meters.
Oh.
Watching air support.
Administering freedom.
Reinforcement ready upon request.
Calling in reinforcements.
Requesting air support.
Watching orbital strike.
Firing orbital strike.
I'm on it.
Watching advanced weaponry.
Tagging map. Northwest, 200 meters.
Keep it coming. Keep it coming.
Reloading. Engaging terminal.
Mission map updated.
I think one of the things that like really does impress me about this game, and like I know like some people call it out, but like it is just so damn pretty, and there's so much variety, and for it also to not only be like this pretty, but it's procedurally generated, is just crazy. It's just really crazy, because like it feels handcrafted.
Mag's empty.
Bug outpost spotted. Sending an eagle.
Missed all those.
Freedom. Red yet extract when
Little fucking bastard. Little shit.
New mag.
Super credits? I mean, of course. Thank you.
Extraction is available.
Don't have to ask me twice.
Fire in the hole.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Yeah, you guys can have that. What do I got?
Sending in an eagle.
Perfect strike.
Calling in extraction.
You'll never destroy our way of life.
Fuck. You guys ever seen so much freedom on screen at once? Holy shit. Alright. I think that's bullshit. Personally. I don't know about you guys. I don't know about you guys, but that looked a lot like bullshit. Hello, sir. Hello, sirs. that. I'll take that. Would any of you like to say cheese?
Reloading!
Nope, that's not what I want to do. I don't think so, little motherfucker. I know, I saw you, motherfuckers. I knew you were back there. I knew you were back there. Uh-oh. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to hit this. Oh, I don't have any. Not reloaded. Sir? What? Oh, my back! My back! Oh! Uh-oh. 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 Did you see them come from up under the ground? And the laser fucking right on me.
This is Pelican 1. I have visual on the instructions.
Democracy has landed!
Pelican 1 landing in progress.
God damn, that's so. That's it. Everybody out. I can't get in. Bug.
Pelican 1 preparing to depart. Shuttle launch in 20 seconds.
Get your ass on this ship.
Construction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent. Say hello to democracy. You have maintained our way of life.
Man, that was too funny. I was like running up and it was just like all of a sudden these little hands came up out of the ground, grabbed me by my feet, held me there. Not bad. Not bad, soldiers. Not bad at all. Freedom isn't free. It takes people like you and me. Meow. Hi.
Triumphant return.
He just watches this like tail just like sharks around.
Welcome aboard, Helldiver. The Galactic War needs you.
It does. Doesn't it? You're addicted. And that's another page complete. 2 more to go. Do you guys like any of the fucking stuff from Steel Veterans? Oh, I heard that the Liberator Concussive is actually pretty decent. Incendiary Breaker. The Dominator. How's the Dominator? Is that any good? Definitely. I don't know. Would you ever really want to take extra reinforcement budget? Revolver is good, but not very effective. Fire nades are nice. Yeah, the incendiary grenades. Yeah, that'd probably be pretty decent. Dominator is very meh. Grinding for the slugger. Yeah, I got the slugger. It's not bad. I used it. You have to be, I think that like some people are gonna bounce off of it because it's like, you know, it's like you gotta be accurate. And like initially, like I'm used to like some of the other weapons where I don't necessarily have the, you know, like some of them are really good for you know, rank and file enemies, but the slugger does require some accuracy. It does good damage, but like it's not, I don't think it's good enough. The problem is like for hunters, like the fire rate isn't good enough for hunters. That's the part that I don't really like. Awesome with bots. Yeah, I could see that being perfect for bots because you don't get overwhelmed the same way. I could see that being perfect for bots. Yeah, easily. But that is it for me today, guys. That is that's a full day of streaming, and I'm ready for some dinner. I'm gonna sit down, maybe play some Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Tomorrow's a writing day. I don't think I'm gonna stream tomorrow. I'll stream on Thursday. Thursday and Friday will be streams. Streaming on Thursday and Friday. Tomorrow I'm gonna tomorrow I am going to you know, do the whole write and record thing, and then stream on Thursday, Friday. We'll have a good time. I'll probably stream on Saturday too, earlier in the day. Might do like 3 days in a row, maybe. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what I can pull off. But Thursday for sure. For sure. So thank you guys for coming by. Thank you guys for hanging out. Today was an absolutely fantastic and amazing stream. Thank you guys for the subbies. Thank you for the memberships and the super chats and all that good stuff. Appreciate that. Goes a long way. Yeah. No, that's all. That's all I got. I don't have any words of wisdom or anything to tell you guys that would really, you know, send you off the right way. But maybe I'll have something for next time. So stay cool, stay righteous, stay safe, and stay righteous.